Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have one item in closed session. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on the item for closed session this evening? Assistant City Clerk, do we have anyone?
I see no hands and I have no written comment.
No written comments, no hands? All right, we will be convening to closed session and back at 6:30 PM. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Could you, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather this evening, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength and courage and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice for all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, may I read the announcements?
Yes, please.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. If we have registered lobbyists in that capacity speaking this evening, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to Santa Clara City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So good afternoon, early evening, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person or on Zoom as the city continues to use our Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your own home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature on the Santa Clara Registrar page or via publiccomment@santaclaraca.gov. And the comments received during the meeting will be read into the record. So let us move on with the council agenda. Before we begin this evening, and I just really am distressed that we have to do this almost on too regular a basis, I would like to request a moment of silence to offer our heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of the 7 individuals who tragically lost their lives from the horrific shooting in Highland Park, Illinois, yesterday, 4th of July. What began as a beloved July 4th tradition ended in tragedy after a 21-year-old man opened fire on a holiday parade in the Chicago suburb, killing 7 people and injuring dozens more. Our thoughts, prayers, and condolences are with the victims' families, friends, and community. The President of the United States just had issued by the authority vested in him, he ordered the flags of the United States flags to be flown at half staff at the White House and all public buildings and grounds, and we're flying them at half staff right now here in Santa Clara. All military posts, naval stations, and on all naval vessels of the federal government in the District of Columbia and throughout the United States until sunset on July 9th, because this horrific event took place on our Independence Day here in the United States. So for those of us who were walking in parades yesterday, many of us were attending events at our Central Park and other places with so many people around. It really hits home that this happened so horrifically to the people that were just leaving their home to be with their family and friends on the 4th of July. To have this happen is just terrible. So if we could please have a moment of silence in honor and memory of all of those individuals. Okay, thank you for that, everyone. Next, changing the tone a little bit now, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge a special occasion today here in Santa Clara. The city of Santa Clara was incorporated on July 5th, 1852, and today we celebrate our 170th birthday. 170. Our city has a rich history in the Santa Clara Valley, and if you ever had the opportunity to read the book, A Place of Promise, you will learn that Santa Clara was known for its climate, soil, and resources, which made it attractive for settlement and was a place of promise. It's a really big book, and I know it's in all our libraries, and we have it here at City Hall as well if anybody would like to see it. Our city has continued to prosper since its formal incorporation as a town in 1852. At that time, Santa Clara consisted of about 2,000 acres with a population of approximately 200 people living around Mission Santa Clara and its college. The square shape of the original town is still known as the Old Quad. Today, Santa Clara is proud to be the center of what's possible as part of the ever-changing, innovative Silicon Valley. As all of you know, I'm very proud of Santa Clara's and our rich history and being part of a full of energy, innovation, commitment to improve the lives of our residents and businesses. That's what we're all here for. So join me in celebrating 170 years as a place of promise. Happy birthday, Santa Clara. And I think Councilmember Becker was in the festive mood and brought some cakes for us to share. And any moment now, oh, look at that, 170, yay. Oh, and here's another cake. So Councilmember Becker, when you get back to the microphone, you can tell us what the choices are for cakes. Lovely. Not one, but two. So the lucky people who were here in person in the city council chambers today will get some cake. Right, Councilmember Becker?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have
a
two
perk.
options. I know that, to be diverse here, we want to have the options between chocolate or vanilla cake. So everyone's happy. Everyone's welcome to have a piece. I also did get vegan options for our Councilmember Jane over here, so he has a piece to eat as well. And if you like one of the vegan cupcakes, we might have one of those too for you as well. But thank you, Mayor, for everything you said. And, happy 170th birthday, Santa Clara. And looking forward to all the years coming up and all the other birthdays.
Yay. So is this a self-serve during the meeting, or are we going to take a break at some point, or what would you like to do?
Sure, let's take a 10-minute break.
Okay. How about 5 minutes? Yes.
Absolutely,
okay.
that works.
Thank you. Okay. Whoever wants a piece of cake. Anthony, are you going to serve? You serve. Yeah, okay. Maybe we can just set some pieces out, too, and people can come and get them as the hours go on. I'll let Anthony cut it. Thank you for these cakes. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Okay, there we go.
Okay. For those of you who are wondering, we're celebrating Santa Clara's 170th birthday today, so we all got a little bit of cake. So thank you, Anthony Becker. All right. We are now to move on with our agenda. First, I would like to introduce our co-interim city attorney.
Steve.
No, Steve No. Yes, thank you. Hi, Steve. Steve No here. You normally see Jim, but tonight it's Steve. He will be advising us as well. So, so here's your first order of business. Do we have any reports from closed session? Oh.
Good evening, Mayor. There's nothing to report out tonight.
All right, thank you.
For having me.
Thank you, Steve. Okay. So now we have continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have any? All right, seeing none. Special order of business. City manager, verbal report update from Director of Water and Sewer regarding the local drought emergency.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, and members of the council and members of the public. As we all know, we are in a state of emergency statewide. Most people are aware of that, but maybe not all the details that are necessary to know. People are watering less, and grasses are turning green. And about a month ago, Shilpa Mehta, the assistant director, gave a very high-level overview, and we thought it'll be appropriate today to bring the director back. He was not here at the last meeting, to share some details as to what the emergency really means to regular homeowners as far as watering, and also the assistance that's available through the county, et cetera. So with that, Gary.
Can you hear me? Hi. Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, City Attorney. We wanted to talk a little bit about rebates, but the status update on the state of the severe drought emergency is provided to Council review per Government Code Section 8630. And everybody knows we are still in a severe drought. 97% of California is in a severe drought. Nearly 60% is extreme and 12% is exceptional. So not much update on where we are as far as the drought goes since we did last updated in June, but as the city manager stated, we wanted to come today and talk a little bit about rebates, current restrictions, and what's available for assistance to residents and commercial users. So current restrictions, let me Okay. Current restrictions in the stage 2 watering. The watering days right now are a maximum of 2 days per week for outdoor residential irrigation. And that is the same for commercial landscape and functional turf irrigation. So odd-numbered addresses or no addresses may water Monday through Thursday, and even-numbered addresses may water Tuesday through and Friday. And I did say through Thursday, so it's Monday and Thursday for the odd-numbered. So irrigation is not allowed between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. And irrigation is not allowed during or within 48 hours after precipitation. And in the June meeting, we did mention the emergency regulation on commercial users. And so for non-functional turf, commercial users cannot actually irrigate at all. The conservation overview, city continues to coordinate with Valley Water and SFPUC, but our primary partnership on conservation is with Valley Water. And we provide residences and businesses with assorted rebates and free water-saving devices. We also coordinate on a monthly basis at ad hoc committees, and we've been meeting with Santa Clara Unified School District. The city departments include communications, park and recs, public works, fire department, library, police, and community development. The picture on the right is Northside Library, the drought-tolerant landscape. So a little bit about the outreach and education. We do have our drought update page, Save Our Water website. or webpage, and that's on the right. That's currently up and running. We have Gov Delivery newsletters and social media. We've done Inside Santa Clara, which each of you have a copy, and I have to thank Lon Peterson, David Knight, and his staff for the good work they did. This is really just a fantastic job as far as the layout goes, full size. Six simple ways you can save water, replacing your lawn, reducing watering, checking for leaks, etc. But in the inside, there's great information on where we are in the drought, drought-tolerant landscapes, and what we should do as far as a water conservation lifestyle going forward. We do have outdoor signs also. We have yard signage, we have billboards, and we have banners that we've utilized for advertising, and we have water conservation handouts, and then we have the Watersmart portal accounts. So we've done Inside Santa Clara, which is the most recent one I just showed, and then we did in the fall of 2021, we did a nice expose, I guess you'd call it, on conservation. We have conservation focused, as I mentioned, on the Inside Santa Clara, and then we've done one bill cert in May of 2022, just on the 2-day-a-week watering that went out to all customers, and also a little bit about the rebates that are offered. We're planning to do another insert out to residents the next month. And then the conservation signage. So you may have seen the brown is the new green at City Hall. We have it at city parks. Jim Teixeira's got it out at majority of the parks. Central Park is one of them. And Santa Clara Unified School District is also has the lawn signs. We have, and so that's the brown is the new green on the left. And then on the right is a banner that we just got delivered today, and that is up facing El Camino in the Civic Center Park. And rain or shine, there's never enough to waste, and it does identify residential watering limited to 2 days per week. So we do have this banner up today at Civic Center, as I mentioned, Central Park and Live Oak Park. And then we are utilizing the Highway 101 electronic billboard that has regular messaging on a daily basis. And then I wanted to highlight Watersmart. That's probably an underused tool, but it's a customized water use, provides conservation strategies specific to households, tools and links. And so if you sign in, you can put in your data, your number of fixtures, how many members in your family, and it gives you a number of tools to help you conserve. So that's a great tool. And then just talking a little bit about the brown grass that you're seeing at city facilities. We've had a number of coordination conversations and meetings with department heads. And so you're going to see brown grass at parks, at City Hall, at the fire stations and libraries. Even in the private sector and private development, they're letting the lawns turn brown. But I wanted to give a shout out to Jim Teixeira and Craig Moback, Andrew Crabtree, Patty Wong, Jeremy Ray, and Chief Nikolai for their assistance. And all of these facilities will be watering 2 days a week. Landscape rebates. So landscape rebates for converting your lawn to drought-tolerant plants. That's the real push by the state, and really in the city is the outdoor irrigation, and that's where the largest savings are going to come from. So right now you can get up to $4,000 for residential sites, and that's a combination of $3 per square foot. $2 is provided by Valley Water, $1 is provided by the City of Santa Clara. And I'll talk a little bit about the additional dollars that we're going to be adding in later, but that's going to go up to $4 a square foot, so we're going to match what Valley Water is providing. For commercial, you can, and multifamily, which is 5 or more units, you can get $100,000 or $2 a square foot. You can also convert turf to a water-efficient landscape, low-volume irrigation, and then Valley Water has a list of all of the drought-tolerant plants that are acceptable. Artificial turf is not acceptable. I got asked that question yesterday at the July 4th picnic, so we'll just mention that, but it really has to be the drought-tolerant plant conversions. And then you have to have 2 inches of mulch as part of those conversions. So we've had 26 completed from the time period July 2019 to June of 2021. And in the 6-month period, July 2021 through December 2021, we had about the same number, 25. And then we've got an additional 24 at the end of December that received a notice to proceed from Valley Water. We could have more. We tried to get the stats this afternoon, but we don't have those from Valley Water right now. We are doing a conversion to City Hall pilot projects, 4,200 square feet, and we're doing the same. It's a rebate from Valley Water, but it'll be a pilot study here at City Hall. We're partnering with Public Works on that project. Landscape irrigation rebates, inline drip irrigation conversion rebate is 25 cents a square foot. You can convert sprinkler irrigation to an inline drip irrigation. There's a number of rebates for equipment upgrades. So if you want to do upgrade the hardware, efficiency nozzles, spray and sprinkler bodies, and even updating your irrigation controller to weather-based. They're pretty generous. I mean, $300 for a 1 to 12 station controller, and $1,000 for a 13 to 24 station, and $2,000 for 25 stations or greater. So gray water rebate. Laundry to landscape, as it's known for residential sites. There's a $200 rebate from Valley Water, and we're going to be matching that, coming up with our new agreement. And we're also covering the permit costs in Santa Clara. So we're trying to promote this. This is a tougher one to get traction on, but we're gonna try to promote this. But you can modify your clothes washer, and you can just have your discharge and divert the rinse water as long as it's not being pumped. It's just a gravity feed system out to the landscape. Then we have rainwater capture rebates through Valley Water. You can install a qualifying cistern to collect rainwater from the roof. And so they offer 50 cents per gallon, a minimum of 200 gallons. And you can also develop a rain garden and use diverted rainwater from the roof. It's $1 a square foot, up to $300. And then the city of Santa Clara, we have a rain barrel rebate that we handle internally, and that's $100, a minimum of 50 gallon. There's no pre-site visit. You put in the rain barrel and send us a picture, and then we'll send you the $100. The rebate amendments that I mentioned, so we're currently in the process of amending an agreement with Valley Water, and we should be getting it in the next couple weeks. But we're amending it. We're adding the $2 square foot cost sharing for residential landscape conversion up to $2,000, $1 for commercial landscape conversion up to $10,000, and then $1 a square foot for lawn to mulch rebate. That's up to $10,000. And then $200, as I mentioned, for the cost sharing for the residential laundry to landscape. So free devices, anybody that as a resident that comes to City Hall, we have these free devices: low flow shower heads, aerators, toilet flappers, we have dye tabs, we have looking for my kit. Valley Water has a nice kit here with dye tabs that they give us for free. You can also order these on their website, but we do have them here at City Hall. It's good information about being water wise kit, and a lot of good information on plumbing fixtures and what's water efficient and what isn't. So we have these to give away. We also have the outdoor devices. We have hose nozzle shut-off devices on the left. We have sprinkler head screwdrivers if you want to modify the spray. And then we have a moisture meter that we also have to give to residents. And those are all good devices for conserving water. I mentioned the large landscape rebate. This really applies to commercial and multifamily, but as I mentioned, it's $1 per square foot for converted lawn, and this is new. And for large landscaped areas, you're seeing more and more mulch being used, but essentially, it's up to 15,000 square feet of irrigated lawn, and it's for commercial, institutional, industrial, and multifamily sites, 5 or greater. And you have to cap and remove existing overhead lawn irrigation, remove or scrape sheet mulch the lawn, which is basically taking cardboard, putting it over the lawn, and then adding three inches of mulch, and that'll suppress the weeds. But this is a kind of a quick and easy way to get rid of the lawn and conserve water on the large landscape locations. One of the things we have to be careful of is the tree canopy, and so we've got to continue to provide irrigation for trees. There's some additional rebates for large commercial users, and there's some water efficiency technology information and rebates out there. So these are larger for larger facilities, but not really applicable to residents, but it's for on-site reclamation, ozone, laundry retrofits, water-saving ice machines, air chillers, and cooling towers and such. There's also some meter rebates that are available too. So this page here is the availability and resources, and we'll have this up, on our website. But essentially, for drought updates, it's Save Our Water website. We also have the water and sewer utilities phone number. We do have a water conservation specialist, Victoria Gleason, and she's more than willing to help hold hands to any resident that needs help with a lawn rebate or being an intermediary with Valley Water to assist the homeowner, and just tips in general about conservation and irrigation and landscape. So all the rebates mentioned are available until June 30th, 2023. We'll see how long this drought lasts, but it'll be extended, I'm sure, past 2023, depending on how wet this winter is. Rebates are possible because of the partnership with Valley Water and City of Santa Clara. There's links to the landscape rebate program, and then of course Valley Water has a conservation hotline. They've got a lot of staff too that'll help homeowners through this process. But it's fairly straightforward, the landscape rebate program. You have to sign up, get an account. There's a pre-meeting at the site, but once you've got your landscape conversion completed, you just have to send in pictures. And they're pretty quick on reimbursement to homeowners. And then there's a link for Watersmart and a link to Bosca, but I wanted to also give a shout out to staff, Shilpa Mehta, Brendan McCarthy, Victoria Gleason, Diana Susion, Lon Peterson again, and David Knight for their assistance and the outreach, and so it's been definitely a team effort. And that is the presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Gary. I think we have some questions here on the council. Councilmember Chahal? No? Oh, it's from, okay. Vice Mayor Jane?
Yeah, thank you, Gary. I'm really impressed that we're starting to really up our rebates for this because we got to get people to reduce the water use. I know Bosca has classes. I've taken their classes. Can you describe some of their classes? You know, I know people can go to the website. You have it there. But, and then there's been this controversy or news that I've heard about non-functional turf, where people are like, you cannot put any water on non-functional turf. I wanted to understand those rules for commercial facilities and so on. And then, you know, I go to the Eddie Souza Park a lot, and the grass there is brown. And my concern is that if people are playing on that, it's just going to turn into dirt. So then it becomes, when we do get water finally, we're going to have to re-turf that. We're going to have to reseed it. So isn't it just cheaper to keep that from turning into dirt than to have to come back and you know, we're using recycled water, I think, in 50% of our parks. So what is the plan to get all of the parks on recycled water? And then can you explain the dye tabs? I know they're what you put in your toilet, but just so the public knows. And then finally, you know, for the mulching, I just want the public to know that you can basically get free mulch. You can call up tree services, and they will dump a whole truck worth of mulch on your, you know, on your driveway, and so you don't have to pay for mulch. And I've done that before. So, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Chahal, do you have, oh, you're still from, okay. I had a couple of questions, Gary. Thank you, first of all, for the report. Appreciate it. So the majority of the people that I talk to are letting their front lawns just go brown, right? Even some are watering once a week or even twice a week. A lot of them are turning brown. So how difficult is the application process for the landscape rebates? And you said the city provides a certain amount of money and the Valley Water provides a certain amount. Do you have two applications or is it one application for both? And how difficult is that? And once you submit your application, do you get your, I think you may have said this, you finish your project and then you submit it afterwards? I would just want to make sure I understood that. And is it applicable to both your front yard and your rear yard? So those, I think, were my only questions. So the timing of it, two applications or one, and how quickly can you get reimbursed? Does anybody else have any questions? Oh, Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Gary, and thank you, Shilpa and Brendan, for all this great information. And I'm glad that we've got this newsletter now to be able to share with the community. I'm really glad that Valley Water is involved as well as the city, but is the state looking at getting involved in helping with rebates or helping promote this since we're looking at this being a statewide issue and not just a local issue? And then you mentioned about the mulch, and I understand the significance of it. But what about? I know, like in Arizona, they have rock gardens, or instead of a front lawn, they have just rocks. Do you think we may be looking at that down the line, or because I know you mentioned the tree canopy and preserving the tree canopy, and I would imagine that could possibly hurt, the ability to water trees or keep them watered. So, but just wondering if that's something that we could be looking at down the road. Thank you.
Okay, that's it for the questions, Gary and
Okay.
Shilpa and whoever else is taking them.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I'll start with Vice Mayor Jane. So the Bosca classes, I mean, they provide really good classes on landscaping. And I think they do tours too of folks that have Xeriscapes and such. But they talk, they have virtual classes. I don't know if they've gone back to in-person classes, but they do, they discuss just how to conserve water, number one, and then lawn rebates, or not the rebates, but also doing the conversion. And then it really helps to talk to somebody that has actually done the conversion. So they provide those resources. They also bring, like I said, they bring in folks for the training that have actually done the conversions. But essentially, just the best management practices, not rinsing off your concrete driveway and sidewalk, checking the sprinklers often for leaks, those kinds of things. So, and then they do the indoor training also. They're talking about water efficiency, washers, putting aerators. Maybe they'll. I'm not sure they're still doing it, but doing water audits. Some agencies actually will come out and do a water audit. Valley Water's doing that. So doing water audits, but just getting folks actually understanding how and where they can conserve. You asked about the commercial, so the functional and non-functional. So I'm going to have to actually talk to the state because the regulations are actually very convoluted and most agencies don't know how they're going to enforce. We're probably going to have to come back to council and make the commercial regulations, state regulations, part of our stage 2 requirements or prohibitions. And so it's very gray on functional and non-functional. If the functional turf is if you hold events, if there's recreation, if there's perennials and there's trees in this, the same zone, you're allowed to continue to water. But there's probably large areas on commercial centers that it's just grass, that it serves no purpose. And so it's prohibited to irrigate those sites. And so where's that sweet spot where you're turning off the irrigation heads that are watering the green ornamental turf that we consider non-functional, but you can still preserve the canopy and the flowers, or whatever perennials. So that's kind of, so it's all written in, but it's not very clear. And most of the Sunnyvale called me. Bosca's doing a survey on Thursday of all the agencies to see what they're doing. And so I've been asked, hey, are you guys going to enforce this? What are you going to do? So first thing we're going to do, we have internally, we've had conversations with Lon Peterson in communications. And so we want to do outreach first to the commercial entities, but the state is definitely focused on the outdoor irrigation and specifically the commercial side of things. So there's still clarity needed on what the regulations are, but it's a pretty draconian. I mean, it's pretty advanced just to say, hey, it's zero irrigation. So if you see a green lawn on a commercial site, obviously they're not cutting back. So that's what we're going to be looking at internally. The lawn brown to dirt. So we have to follow. So we have been working with Jim Teixeira, and we've kind of done an audit of the parks, and hey, we're trying to walk the talk, right? So the state has a mandate; it's 15% cutback. Valley Water has a mandate. It's a voluntary mandate, but it's 15% cut back to 2019. So we're trying to adhere to that. And it's 2-day-a-week watering. It's no different for the parks. Institutional is no different for City Hall. A lot of the grass is yellowing at City Hall too. Jim's trying to do the best he can, but the optics out there is things are browning. So I think if it's a highly used area, maybe they can adjust the sprinklers, but it's still just it's 2 days a week. That's what we have to adhere to. So, and then the dye tablets on plans for recycled water, we're planning to. A number of the parks, as you mentioned, a large number have recycled water. So we're working with South Bay Water Recycling. We're trying to get grants and apply for some federal funding, but we're trying to piggyback with South Bay Water Recycling. They're definitely tuned into the rebates, and we did apply for one, and then they didn't submit it, and so we are working with South Bay, and we have regular meetings to try to get some funding, and we'll have to match some of that funding. So that's the process we want to follow as far as expansion goes. But we do have a plan for the expansion. We're just looking at the funding part of it. The dye tablets in the toilet, you mentioned, they are part of this packet. We do have them separately. We're ordering some in addition to the hourglass timers for those 5-minute showers for giveaways. But the dye tablets you put in your tank, and if you have a leak, it's going to show up in the toilet bowl. So you'd want to replace the flappers that I mentioned on the presentation, or so that you prevent the leaks. But it's a good way to check for leaks, and it's a substantial amount of water gets wasted. Yeah. There still are toilet rebates. The assumption is that everybody's got a high efficiency toilet, but the toilet rebates are still out there too if folks are interested in replacing their toilets. And the last, you were asking about mulching. Was that the last?
I was just letting people know that you can get free mulch very easily.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, yeah, and mulching seems to be it's the way things seem to be going with it. It looks nice, and it holds moisture, and we use a lot less water with mulch. So the mayor, you asked the question about the application process. So I have the steps here, but I have actually spoken with Shilpa. Actually did a rebate through Valley Water. She said it's fairly straightforward, right? Yes. You want to?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Yeah, so I did my rebate at my home, and it is for both front yard and backyard combined, and you only use one application. We work with Valley Water in the additional part that Gary mentioned, the $1 per square feet rebate. So Valley Water provides $2 per square feet right now, and we add $1 per square feet. But that is seamless process. The resident is not involved in that process.
Is it a city application? Is it a city application or
no? It's a Valley Water application.
Valley Water application. Okay, thank you.
Correct, and you need to put the application before you start the work. So, for example, if you have front yard or backyard, or only front yard or only backyards, doesn't matter. But first find out how many square footage it is. You fill out the very simple application form online. You can add pictures to it, take pictures of your front lawn and front yard and backyards, or whatever you want to apply for the rebate, and then upload them. And then they will call you or email you back. That is a very seamless process. They usually do it within a week or less than that in my case, because they have hired so many people to help out the customers and residents. And once they get it, they will ask you to, hey, go over to this website, and then you can find out the time that you are available to meet with one of the representatives from the Valley Water. And they do have times available over the weekends and also after hours. I did mine over the weekends, and they came to my place and looked at the front yard. I did the conversion of the front yard, and then they measured it and everything. They came back and say, here's the square footage, and we'll tell you it matches what I provided, and they will also tell you what kind of where to go in the website and how to select the plants and what is the next step. And the next step is to hire, or you can do it yourself, hire a gardener and contractor to do the work. And then once it is done, you need to submit those pictures, let them know that your loan is converted with the plants. So no, first, then you have to choose. Sorry, I forgot one step. You have to choose the plants that you are going to be putting it on your front yard, and that is supposed to be only from the website. And they will explain to you very thoroughly how to choose the plant, and each plant has the square footage based on the requirements. And once you submit those plants to them, they will say, hey, approved, disapproved, or change something, and then you do the planting, and then take the pictures, submit it back to them. They will reply back right away. In my case, it was less than 1 day. And then they say, okay, your thing is approved, and the checks will arrive in 4 to 6 weeks.
Did you get your check?
What is it?
Have you gotten your check?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yes.
Let us know when you get your check. Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
That's, I think, the majority of the questions I get. Thank you.
And it's up to $4,000. now, so it's pretty
That's
substantial.
pretty generous. It's
Front and rear yard.
Wow, okay.
Okay, and then Councilmember Watanabe, you had questions, statewide issues. There hasn't been any, we got the arrearages funding from the state, right, for past due accounts, and that was pandemic related. There's supposed to be a lot of grants available, so those are larger scale, like shovel-ready projects. And, Valley Water's getting a lot of large grants. So that's what they're providing their money for, large, recycled water projects, purified water, reservoirs, those kinds of things. But they haven't come down to say, hey, we're going to provide you with, 15 grand or 100 grand for your conservation programs. So I haven't seen that. Valley Water might be getting some of that, so maybe indirectly. And then you had a question about the mulch. Are we looking at rocks? So, rocks versus this ornamental turf. In 20 years, I don't think you're going to see ornamental turf. You're not seeing it in new development. We're going to come back to council soon with some new requirements for new development. But I think, the lawn is just kind of an antiquated, I don't know what you call it, but it just, in talking, internally with folks at Valley Water and SFPUC and just the way things are going with climate change and how dry it's become. January through March was the driest on record, I think, through April ever. The outdoor irrigation, as I mentioned, that's where the state is focused, and they want the lawns gone. That's really the focus, the green lawns, the ornamental turf. But are we going to be looking at rocks? I don't know. There's a lot more moisture here than Las Vegas, so I think the drought-tolerant plants, at least, there can be some really beautiful front yards and gardens when you replace the lawn and use a lot less water. And protecting the tree canopy is going to be key during a drought, and so we'll have to come up with innovative ways to continue to water the trees and protect the trees and isolate the lawns. But we still have to continue to water the trees.
Thank you, Gary. We appreciate the report. Thank you, Shelpa, for your experiences as well in your application process. I know that there's so many interested in that, and thank you for the update. City Manager, did you have anything else on that? Okay, thank you. Before I'm going back to continuances, exceptions, Councilmember Chahal had something you wanted to say.
Thank you, Mayor. I request item number 12, action on related petition submitted by Councilmember Becker to be moved after the consent items for discussion, please.
I would really like to do our business tax. Can we do it after that? We have a lot of people that are, and the business tax issue.
Number 6.
Yeah.
You can do that.
Okay, thank you. We'll move it up after that. All right. Next, we have verbal report from the Chief Emergency Services Officer, Lisa Schoenthal, regarding COVID-19 pandemic. Welcome, Lisa. It's nice to see you here in person.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. Good evening, and good evening, council members. It is wonderful to be here in person. So, the status update on the state of the COVID-19 emergency is provided for council review. Government Code Section 8630. The CDC continues to categorize the level of COVID in the community as high in Santa Clara County among the categories of low, moderate, and high. Santa Clara County Health Officer Dr. Sarah Cody stated on June 22nd that wastewater surveillance indicated COVID cases may be plateauing in the county. However, we have still seen an uptick in cases in our own organization over the past month. And there was a slight bump in hospitalizations on July 1st that I'll share with you. COVID hospitalizations in our county have been in the high 100s and low 200s over the past month. And the most recent number of hospitalizations was 228 on July 1st. We know that a percentage of those patients tested positive and were not admitted for COVID, but that percentage has not been reported recently. They used to tell us that. Several months back, we were told, about 50% of these numbers were asymptomatic admissions. I can't give you a data point on that tonight. These numbers of hospitalizations are approximately 4 times the number we had a year ago before last summer's Delta surge. However, the number of patients requiring intensive care in the county is about the same as a year ago, in the high teens and low 20s, which indicates the current variants are not causing severity of disease. That's a very important point to make. Though on July 1st, we had 35 patients in ICU, so a slight bump from the high teens, low 20s to 35 on July 1st. Finally, COVID testing returns to the Central Park Library on July 13th and 27th, August 10th and 24th. Appointments for all testing opportunities may still be made at sccfreetest.org, sccfreetest.org. I know I say this during every report. We want to make sure that the public is aware that at that website, you also can get information on the availability of the at-home antigen tests as well. And this concludes the COVID update this evening, and we will be back in just less than 60 days with the next update. And I remain available for questions if there are any.
Thank you, Lisa. I have a question. There seem to be a lot of people that are taking home tests and that are not recording that they have COVID with the county. So are we seeing more of that, the out-home tests and the numbers not being reported? Is there any information on that?
Yes, absolutely, Mayor. Thank you for the question. That has been the case for as long as we have had the at-home antigen tests. Those cases are not reported to the county, and that's why you don't hear me giving you the data points on the cases, because it's not a meaningful data point to me. I'm just giving you the CDC level of transmission.
So the fact is, we're not out of the woods yet. We still have to exercise a lot of caution. And what I hear in the radio, of course, may or may not be true, but there's all these new variants that are coming forward, they say, that are even more contagious than the last one. So is that just something we're going to have to be dealing with on a long-term basis?
Well, public health professionals, thank you for that important point. Public health professionals are stating that, yes, we will continue to see mutations and ongoing variants, and they have become more and more infectious since our Delta surge, not quite a year ago. We can expect that. We just hope that the severity of disease will become milder and milder. That still remains to be seen.
All right, thank you. So we're going to have our hand sanitizers with us for quite a bit. All right, thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
Mayor, may I add
Yes,
something to
go ahead,
that?
please, City Manager.
I mean, this presentation is excellent on a periodic basis, and as more and more restrictions are being lifted, while the concern is always there, so it's a very fine balance, and we are trying to provide the best service to the residents. And so with that, I'm happy to report that beginning Friday, July the 8th, this coming Friday, we'll be opening City Hall and a few other facilities like the Police and Fire Lobby and Silicon Valley Power offices, along with City Hall from 9 to noon. That's the additional opening time, because in the last 3 months, I had seen several residents come in on Fridays, and they turn around disappointed, it's closed, nobody's there. So with that, I mean, we have to, like I said, it's a very balanced approach. And as you said, I mean, it hasn't gone away yet as far as COVID is concerned, but at the same time, we're trying to balance the service to the resident. So I'm happy to report, and we'll observe it, how it goes, and see if more things can be open.
That's wonderful, City Manager. Thank you for that for Friday. And I think that also residents are asking me all the time about when we're going to have more library hours, more senior center hours, and community center hours. So could you please keep us up to date as to when we can reopen? I know other cities have opened their facilities a lot quicker than Santa Clara has, and I know we're on a more conservative basis, but it's probably time for us to be reopening a lot of these facilities. So if you could keep us up to date and report to us so that we can tell the community when those facilities would be open for extended hours. Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Lisa, I have a quick question. Home-based antigen test versus the PCR test. Do you have any guideline why one should go for one or the other?
The antigen tests are often recommended over the PCR testing because they are more accurate after someone has been infected and gone through isolation. The PCR tests are very, very sensitive, and even if someone had COVID and recovered from it 3 months ago, they could still test positive on a PCR test. So the antigen test in that example would be preferable.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yeah, Interim City Manager, I just wanted to clarify your comments. City Hall is open from 9 to 3, Monday to Thursday, and 9 to noon on Fridays, and it's walk-in. You don't need to have an appointment to go to the planning department, is that correct?
Well, appointments may still be needed because employees are here 2 days a week and they stagger. Somebody's here all the time, but not full staffing is there. So it's always advisable to call in advance if you can and get an appointment. Otherwise, walk-ins, yeah, they will be served.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Thank you very much for your report. We'll see you very soon. Thank you. All right, next item, we have a Santa Clara Stadium Authority consent item deferred from June 21st, 2022. It's 3A and 3B, action on request submitted by the stadium manager to execute agreement with Blues Roofing Company for recoating existing traffic-bearing membrane in the seating bowl and concourse areas at Levi Stadium, deferred from June 21st. Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Yeah, this item, as you mentioned, was deferred last time, and there was also a question from council member or board member Watanabe on that. This is to provide traffic-bearing membrane at different levels, and the stadium manager went out with our regular bidding process. In this case, there were several ad alternates because we had a fixed budget, and depending on how the bids come in, so there were up to 6 alternatives added to the base bid. However, the recommendation from the stadium manager is to go with bid alternate 1, which puts the membrane at, I believe it's level 300 is where we provide that. Councilmember, I keep saying councilmember, board member Watanabe had asked a question about, she thought that this work was previously done. There was a similar work done in 2014 when obviously with the new stadium, but it had a 5-year warranty, which has now expired. So, I mean, if we had money, we would do level 700 and several other areas, which was provided to you late this afternoon, the bid tables, which included the totals. But just because of the total budget available, about $2.5 million, base bid plus alternate 1 was chosen to be awarded at this time. And Ruth Shikara is available, and Christine Jung is also available if you have any questions.
Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you for the update, Executive Director. Yeah, I still have questions. My understanding was that this was to basically cover an area that initially had been, it had not been applied properly, and so it had to be redone again. And so the concern that I had was that the Stadium Authority is now being responsible for something that it had nothing to do with it. It was an error on behalf of the vendor. And so it seems like it should be the vendor that is taking care of this as opposed to the Stadium Authority, and $2.5 million coming out of our budget as a result.
Well, the information we have, Member Watanabe, is that, as I mentioned earlier, that warranty work was completed, and that the new warranty has also expired on that. So this is a new work because of the usage of the area and, pedestrians and everyone. So this is needed again to make it safe. So every so many years, we'll have to continue to do that.
Oh, I understand, but if there was an error initially done in that 5-year period, during that 5-year warranty, and it wasn't corrected, now as part of the warranty that has expired, okay, so we're in the second phase, the stadium authority is being asked to pay for something that wasn't corrected in the first 5 years. So it was let go, and so now let's pay for it now. Let's ask the stadium authority to pay for it because we didn't ask to have it taken care of in the first 5 years.
Christine, are you there? Or Ruth, can you answer that question, whether the warranty work previously was done or not? That's your
Correct.
question.
Yes.
Hi, this is Ruth Shikata. We believe that the warranty work was completed, and now that scope of work that was completed that warranty is also expired. So that this is the request to have this new work done at the stadium. And we had a number of bid alternates because the stadium does need to have this type of work on throughout the bowl, but we only had a small amount of dollars available in the capital budget to be able to execute. So we do believe that we have exhausted our warranties, and that's why we're asking the board's approval for this scope of work.
And you have, has an RFP been done again to get the bids? I just want that clarification.
For this new work?
Yes.
It went through a proper procurement process.
Okay.
And that's where the alternates were there. And we picked base bid plus alternative number 1 to match the budget.
Okay.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Questions, comments, motion? I'm sure there's someone here with a motion. All right. Any member of the public would like to speak on this? If so, please come forward. All right. Stadium Authority Board. Vice Chair Jane.
Yes, I would like to make a recommendation to accept staff's recommendation to approve the issuance and execution of change orders not to exceed the amount of $2.572 million, and authorize the executive director to approve and process the reimbursement.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments from the Stadium Authority Board? Assistant Stadium Authority Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Board Member Watanabe.
No.
Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Board Member Park.
Yes.
Vice Chair Jane.
Yes.
Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Chair Gilmore.
No, and that passes 5-2. All right, consent calendar, all items are approved with one motion, unless there is an item to be pulled for discussion, and I just want to register a no vote on item 5B, $80,000 per year for seat building license sales training services. They should know that already. Don't think we should be paying $80,000 a year for that. So I'm registering a no vote on 5B. I'm not pulling it. So is there a motion for the consent calendar?
Mayor, I had my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I had raised my hand because I was going to state the same thing, that I wanted to register a no vote on 5A and B, actually. Thank you.
Okay, not pulling it, though. No. Would you like to make a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Oh, yes. Sue? No, I'm trying to get a motion in a second first, then I'll go there. Thanks.
Motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for this consent calendar. Vice Mayor Jane?
I was just saying, aren't we approving the entire consent calendar, just registering 2 no votes?
Yes.
Not the balance.
the consent calendar
Okay, very good.
with you will vote yes on those, I'm sure, right?
I'm just saying, we're not voting on the balance, we're
So-
voting on the entire consent calendar.
Do you have any comments?
No.
Okay. Anyone else? Do we have any member of the public that would like to either pull an item or make a comment about the consent calendar? Do we have any comments online, Nora?
No, I see no hands and I have no written comment.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a motion and a second for the consent calendar, noting the two no votes on, well, I'm sorry, they were different.
So yours is a no vote on 5B, and Councilmember Board Member Watanabe is a no on 5A, 5B.
Yes, you got it, thank you. All right, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vice Chair Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker,
Yes.
and Mayor Chair Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously, noting those 2 or 3 no votes. Okay? Public presentations. Do we have any member of the public that would like to make a presentation on any item that is not on the agenda? Please come forward. It is. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors, staff members. I'm Jerry Patrick Nani, spokesperson for the Santa Clara Lawn Bowls Club. Last May, this council voted unanimously to consider a modular clubhouse to replace the trailer. I haven't heard anything or seen an agenda posted on this, and I was wondering if it is yet to be considered. I don't know. I haven't heard anything.
Okay. We had city manager.
I don't believe it was added to the budget. There was an item to add 175 in the budget for repairs, but I don't believe that got approved.
If I'm not mistaken, I think we have 175,000 already in the budget. We didn't remove it.
We didn't remove it, but we didn't add any more
didn't add
to that
any
because the
to it.
costs have gone up. So at
Yes.
this point, it remains at 175 is,
It's still at 175. Yeah.
The question at that time was to present this at a later date. So having not seen anything up to this moment, I was wondering if it's in consideration of being talked about. Because I think that was the question, to take at a later time to talk about it. What are we going to do about it?
Okay, Mr. Patrignani, the best we can do is refer you, because it's public presentations, to the city manager to discuss with him, because we did talk about it at our budget studies, our budget session. What was our budget session? Was it last 2 weeks ago? Okay, Councilmember Becker, knowing we're at public presentations.
Yeah, so we did have a discussion about it at the budget, and I did make a motion to put that further into the budget, and it just didn't succeed. So we have to, I guess, at a later
I thought you
date.
removed your motion.
Yeah, I removed my motion because
we
I knew
never
it wasn't going
voted.
to succeed.
Yes. We didn't
So-
vote on anything,
Yeah.
but
So it's not in consideration to consider a new clubhouse? Just
at this point, that's correct.
but we still have the 175,000 in the budget.
Because I know that you said at the time that fixing up that trailer was not the right thing to do, but take the 175,000, put it into a new clubhouse. Since then, we have a $50,000 grant besides the 175. So we're not too far away. If we just buy a clubhouse, forget about everything else, except for the utilities.
I'm going to, I'm really going, I don't like to do this, I'm going to refer you to city manager, but I want to tell you that the costs that we were presented with went up dramatically. Were they in the $700,000 range?
700, yeah.
$750,000 range. That's what we were presented with. So it wasn't the 175 plus your 50, it was in the 700 for the new clubhouse. So that's the kind of numbers we were talking about, and the council felt at the time that we weren't in a position to be spending that kind of money on something like that at this time. So unless we can find some cheaper alternative, but I'm not supposed to be talking in public presentations, I see. Steve is like ready to give me the, yes, I'm very close to being, yes. So the best I can do is refer you to our city manager. City manager. Okay?
All right.
And I
While
would,
you're on the phone.
I would recommend watching our budget session as well. You may get a little more information if you watch it. They're available, you know, online to rewatch again.
Thank
you. Thank you. What is that?
Please mute yourself.
Oh, is that Joseph? Okay. All right. Next, we have Joseph. Go ahead, Joseph. For public presentations?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, Joseph.
Good. Thank you. I apologize for that background noise.
No problem.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor Gilmore and City Council members. I am Joseph Cervantes with Space Age Electronics. I am a 25-year professional in fire protection. I recently served on the working group for the reorganization of the International Fire Code Chapter 33, which is in regards to safeguarding construction fire protection in the last code cycle. And we completely reorganized the model code to offer the fire authority more oversight and enforcement powers to hold contractors liable for non-compliance of construction fire protection minimum requirements. I am the third term secretary of the board for the California Automatic Fire Alarm Association, and I work regularly with the Office of the State Fire Marshal on numerous fire protection issues. So the National Fire Protection Association has a code number 241. Highlights from the NFPA 241 committee report that was released in 2020 tell us that construction fires have been averaging about 10,000 per year between new retrofit and demolition projects, and that number is not slowing down. That equates to 27 fires a day on a 7-day work schedule. And they range from $30 million in direct property damage to upwards of $350 million per occurrence, with collateral damage added to that figure. And speaking of drought, as was highlighted in the initial presentation today, a recent fire that occurred on a home 2 suites in Camarillo, California, consumed 15 million gallons of potable water, and it only helped to mitigate the collateral damage and did not save the structure, as it was a complete loss and will need to be rebuilt. As mentioned, Chapter 33 of the California Building and Fire Codes are lacking one of the 3 legs of firefighting and emergency response, and that's early warning and notification. Guidance for water supply and site access is ample in the code, yet little to no mention of early notification is available, and it is leading to longer response time in an already impossible situation for our first responders. One thing I'm very excited about is that the city of Santa Clara currently has an ordinance called Dedicated Function Fire Alarm for wood frame construction. That ordinance requires a panel that is required for every wood frame construction site, and contractors are required to provide a wired fire detection system down the common area corridors. But this system itself has its limitation and is a major contributor to excessive labor needs of the fire department to not only perform the initial acceptance test of the system when installed, but any other major changes to the ceilings and supports of that system require a re-inspection, not to mention maintenance and damage due to construction. So the goal of this conversation with you is to review the ordinance, because the city or the state of California just released the new edition of the California Fire Code on July 1st. And there is new technology available that is wireless, and the city of San Francisco is currently building an ordinance to help provide that system wirelessly, and it can actually help save a lot of labor waste that we're seeing in the city of Santa Clara.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you very much for that. All right, next we have Lee. Go ahead, Lee.
There I am.
Hi.
Dear Mayor and City Council, I would like to see the action taken by Santa Clara resident Brian Doyle on the agenda of 6/20/22 effort to put on a future agenda Councilmember Hardy and Shahal's attendance as guest of the 49ers at a game in November 15, 2021. He states that they violated state laws that require them to declare gifts on their reporting to the FPPC. And they violated the Santa Clara law that prohibits lobbyists like the 49ers executives from giving gifts to any member of the city council. Plus, they just violated the Santa Clara City Council gift policy. Since this is an election year, these two council members are up for election and voters should be made aware of potential FPPC violations. If this city council cannot be trusted to police their own action and behavior, then you don't deserve to be city council members. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands. Do you, Assistant City Clerk? All right, thank you. Next, we're going to move to consent items pulled for discussion, and we don't have any. So we're going to go on to our public hearing general business. The first is item number 6, adoption of resolutions calling for a municipal general election and ordering consolidation with the gubernatorial general election for the purposes of submitting to the voters a business license tax, modernization measure, and utility transfer charter amendment, authorizing the city clerk to contract with the County of Santa Clara for services to be formed in connection with the gubernatorial general election to be held on November 8th, 2022, as well as directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis and setting priorities for ballot arguments. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. You have two resolutions in front of you today. And one is, as you mentioned, the business license tax. The other one is the utility transfer charter amendment. And the deadline to place these on the ballot for November is in August. And that's when the council will be in recess. That's why we brought it to you today. And based on public comments or your own comments, if we need some more time to answer some questions, we can go to the next meeting, but that's the deadline to put it on the ballot measure for November. We being staff has had meetings with the chamber, with businesses, and it's been a lot of effort. We've talked to you individually or collectively. So all those comments have been incorporated so far into the proposal. And I'll ask Cynthia Bohorquez, now Assistant City Manager, to share with you a brief presentation. She's doing that remotely today.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Director of Finance, Ken Lee, and I are here tonight to bring forward the two items the City Manager discussed for your consideration to place on the November 2022 ballot. The amendment to align our city charter to recent state law with respect to the transfer of certain utility revenues to the city's general fund to support essential city services, and a measure to modernize our business license tax program that was last updated in 1992. Both these items were identified as priorities for the city by the City Council, and the measures before you are the end result of significant outreach and engagement with a diverse group of stakeholders that has included the City Council, representatives from the city's boards and commissions, the business community representatives from both small and large businesses, and residents at large. Details of that engagement can be found in attachment 1 of the staff report. Before we start our presentation, our city team would like to thank everyone who participated in the process. It is never an easy topic to talk about taxes, but we have been struck by the level of collaborative problem solving and understanding of the need to work together to strengthen the city's fiscal sustainability and ensure that essential city services can continue. For that active engagement, the city team would like to extend our sincere thanks and appreciation for their work to help keep Santa Clara at the center of what's possible. Next slide. Tonight, we'll give you a brief overview of both measures, provide some details about outreach and engagement, and then share our recommendations based on the feedback we have received, and close with a summary of the actions to be taken should council wish to proceed with these items on the November 22 ballot. Next slide. The first measure for your consideration is the utility tax charter amendment. In 1951, Santa Clara voters approved the use and transfer of certain utility tax revenues to support general fund services such as police, fire, library, parks and rec programs. However, California voters subsequently approved measures that amended the state constitution such that certain fees and charges by public agencies must be approved by voters. The measure before you tonight will align the city's longstanding practice with state law. Please note that this amendment will not increase taxes. Next slide. On this slide, you will see the proposed ballot measure for your consideration. City of Santa Clara no tax increase services protection measure to protect essential services without raising taxes such as 911 response, police patrols, fire protection, street and storm drain repair, and maintaining reliable local utility service. So Section 1320 of the city charter continuing the annual budget transfer of funds from city utilities to the general fund at 5% of gross receipts until ended by voters, generating approximately $30 million annually with independent audits, all funds local, be reaffirmed and adopted. It is important to note that loss of this critical revenue source would require immediate and significant reductions in general fund programs. Next slide. The second measure under consideration is modernization of the business license tax program, which has not been updated since 1992. The measure under consideration has been developed in adherence to the values that council outlined in their direction. Modernization should be based on employee headcount. It should be equitable so that all businesses pay their fair share. It should be business friendly and mindful of the impact of small businesses. And we should work collaboratively to develop solutions that will address modernizations and help maintain essential cities services. These four values have been the guideposts by which we have measured community input and solutions. We have had input from across the spectrum: protect small business, tax large businesses, delay taxes, accelerate tax collection, recognize the value and importance of the business community, maintain the level of services for residents. What we are bringing forward tonight is a proposal that we believe strikes the balance for Santa Clara in line with the council's priorities. Next slide. This slide provides an overview of the current tax structure with different business categories, employee headcount tiers, and tax rates. Feedback from our stakeholders was that it was a tax structure in need of simplification and ease of administration. Next slide. Another area in need of simplification was the elimination of alternate tax structures. As noted on this slide, the current program has over 20 alternate tax structures. Next slide. One of the questions we have been asked frequently is, how do we compare to other jurisdictions in our area? As noted on this slide, Santa Clara is by far the outlier with the lowest rate and with the cap of $500 for even our largest companies. Stakeholders see this as an equity issue. This chart is also a reflection of the values that drive the methodology for each city. For example, San Jose has significantly higher rates for small businesses and a cap of $166,365 at the high end. In the model that is being proposed, the methodology used reflects Santa Clara's values of protecting small businesses and eliminating potential barriers that might serve as a disincentive for business growth by providing a cap for our large businesses, as well as other attributes that will be detailed by Director Lee. Next slide. This slide provides an overview of the extensive outreach and engagement that has been conducted. As the council may recall, a voter survey was conducted earlier this year. This survey indicated that the utility transfer tax amendment was viable. However, the business license tax measure was on the bubble. Late this afternoon, we received the results of a second survey that was completed just last week. I am very pleased to report the results for both measures exceed the required level for passage in November. In January, the utility transfer tax initially polled at 63%. However, with education, the percentage rose to 71% in January. The June results indicate voter support is now at 75%. This well exceeds the 50% plus one that will be required in November for passage. More significantly, the business license tax, which initially polled on the bubble at 54%, but rose to 64% with education in January, has now risen to 68% with education in the June poll. Again, well above the required level of voter support for the November election. In their transmittal report, our consultants have stated Santa Clara residents are still highly interested in both measures at adequate rates for the city to place these measures on the ballot for local consideration. The importance of communication efforts are reflected in the significant increase in support noted in the surveys. At this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Director of Finance, Ken Lee, who will describe the proposed model.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Warkus. So good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ken Lee, Director of Finance. And so the next few slides here, I wanted to walk through some of the feedback as Assistant City Manager Bororkas talked about our outreach. And so we had a significant number of outreach listening sessions with the public, with commissioners, as well as with the chamber and large businesses. And so what did the listening sessions result, and what was the feedback that was provided? So I just want to, before I go through these slides, clarify that these are not feedback from staff. These are from individual participants from those listening sessions. And so from a value perspective, the key values that should guide potential modernization for the business license tax: be fair and equitable, accounting for different ranges of types of businesses; be simple and easy to administer, both for the businesses and for the city; take into account changes in work environment, remote work and in person. So this is a very recent change in the business environment, and we believe our proposal considers that as part of the ordinance. The rate and administration of BLT should not be a disincentive to attract new businesses or a factor compelling businesses to relocate outside of Santa Clara. As you will see in the next few slides, we've taken a balanced approach with regards to new businesses as well as large businesses. How the BLT should be structured. So we heard a lot of different opinions here. That one opinion is a tiered employee headcount is preferred, that the cap of $500 per business is not seen as fair. It's an advantage to large businesses. When we considered other models, so gross receipts tax, some cities have this methodology, and that was seen as a disincentive for business growth. We also considered square footage based, and some difficulties with regards to the methodology and how to calculate that. And then consideration for remote work and virtual and/or hybrid employees. With regards to revenues and solutions, we had a lot of creative feedback and ideas, and on this list include a vacant space tax. This is something I know Berkeley up the East Bay is considering. On here also utility tax for data centers, cannabis dispensaries, allow for that tax, and then an increase in fees to ensure cost recovery. And we have been before, and the council did approve actions to improve our cost recovery level earlier this year. And then with regards to services and programs that are delivered efficiently and effectively, prioritizing services that maintain essential services and making sure that those essential services are resourced, ensuring that services are delivered in the most cost-effective and cost-efficient way possible, focusing on maintaining services rather than expanding services during times of budget shortfalls, really strong values around public safety, libraries, as well as reliable utility delivery. So this was the feedback that we heard through many of the listening sessions that were conducted. So with regards to a proposed change in the business tax or modernization, some of the considerations that we heard from the listening sessions, as well as observing other cities that have business taxes, is around ease of administration. So our proposal consolidates bills for companies. We heard very strongly from at least one company with multiple locations that they're currently paying different bills at different times of the years, and they'd like to see one bill come through. Elimination of categories within tax rates, as Assistant City Manager had mentioned, our existing rate has 3 different structures for different types of industry. Availability of data, and our goal here is to be as objective as possible with regards to those counts. And then distribution across business types, so a fee structure that's consistent and doesn't include one-offs for specific areas. And then with regards to rates for self-employed or small businesses versus large business rates, there was consistent feedback that equity, so all businesses pay their fair share, to be business friendly and mindful to small businesses, to remove the $500 cap, to be progressive in structure so that those that can afford to pay the taxes are able to, and then comparable to other jurisdictions. And I'll show some of the benchmarks of where we fall in terms of our proposal. And then a very important aspect is CPI adjustment. So our tax has been the same for the last 30 years. So this was an important consideration with regards to modernization. And so that's to be predictable, to avoid any kind of large adjustment every so often, and to have small adjustments as we go along. So the structure, the proposed structure before you includes the ranges on this slide, ranging from the employee counts on the left starting with a base rate of $75 and the current $15 per employee charge for business tax, and then growing from there in $15 increments for each of the ranges outlined here, and then capping out at $135 per employee for employees over 1,000 per business. And I know a lot of numbers on this slide. I want to kind of walk through different pieces of information with regards to the proposal. So the same benchmarking with other cities here. So you can see that on the low end, the single employee and the 5 employees, the proposed rate here is very comparable to Mountain View and significantly below San Jose. And then as we get into the larger businesses, I'll show on this next graphic here, 2,500 to 5,000 employees. We did look at the model and look at what did that do to our largest businesses. And with the number there of over 600,000, we both felt internally and we've heard feedback that that was too high, given that Mountain View's at that same level was 584,000. So included in the recommendation before you is a cap after multiple discussions with our largest businesses, landing at about $350,000 for a cap. So it does protect our large businesses. The equivalency there in the proposed model with a cap is about 2,800 employees at that level. I do want to note the report did have a couple typos. So this graphic here does update what was included in the report published online, and this will be available for post-meeting materials. And then on this slide, just to show the demographics of the data of businesses in Santa Clara, the primary bulk of our businesses, over half or 1 to 4. And that you can see here the bulk of the number of businesses for which the model is structured to protect is in the small business range. And then as far as large businesses here, over 1,000 employees, about 15 businesses with the corresponding revenue amounts, about $9 million forecasted. And then the last column on the right there, the average per business. With regards to the alternate tax structure that we have, the bulk of those taxes are proposed to be folded into that employee-based model on the previous slide, but we do have 2 separate taxes I want to touch on here with regards to our residential rental units. Currently, that tax is $3 per rental unit. It's a very, very small amount and hasn't changed in decades. And so the proposal here is to align to the employee-based structure with a caveat here. It would start out at the base fee of $75, includes a $15 per rental unit, and then would remain at that $15 regardless of the number of units for rental units for the owner. And then for out-of-town businesses, again, the $75 base to align to the structure. We heard that alignment was important. And then prorating the percentage of the employee base fee for those employees specifically working in Santa Clara based on the number of days. And this is very similar to our neighboring cities that have a similar structure such as this. And then we did get feedback from the chamber as well as others. And so I wanted to provide some of the elements of the input that was provided to us and how we addressed that with the proposal before you. The first row here, all businesses pay their fair share. And so we do have a progressive tax structure starting out with a $75 base rate and $15 increments with the employee cap. And then with alternate tax models, minimizing the number of businesses subject to a different tax based on the value there of equity. Remaining business friendly, we believe this proposal does that in a very balanced way with regards to the small businesses, with regards to benchmarking against San Jose and Mountain View. And then we also include implementation delay because of the ramp up time for outreach to adjust for a transition from our current billing cycle and billing system of proposed implementation date here of January 1st, 2024. And then when it comes to small businesses and protecting small businesses, an additional subsidy based on settlement funds that you may recall from the former chamber, 330,000. That's proposed that would be used to mitigate the fee in year one. With regards to support for ongoing business growth, the cap of $350,000, we believe does that for the large businesses. And then having predictable and avoiding large adjustments, inclusion of a CPI, but capped at 5%, so that in any given year that tax rate would not adjust by more than 5%. Additional feedback that we've heard using the rainy day fund of our reserves rather than raising rates. And I've been before you multiple times this year with the budget that we have used our reserves. The council has delayed the need to find ongoing solutions with regards to our budget. So almost 2 years into deep into COVID, here we are presenting ongoing solution with regards to that. So our reserves have been used, and they're at a minimal level that we would not recommend further using any reserves with regards to the deficit. With regards to having a program that's easy to administer, we're proposing a transition here from a location-based business tax to having one per business or per owner. And then establishing objective employee count mechanisms. So using EDD through the state counts and their definitions for those businesses located in Santa Clara, and then for those located with multiple locations outside of Santa Clara, using those reports and then self-reporting. And so we do have what we believe is an objective method, a simple method, and with some flexibility for those that are either have multiple locations and or hybrid employees. With regards to revenue opportunities, earlier this year when we pulled our potential ballot measure in January, we were targeting about a $6 million level. With the increase in the deficit, we did adjust and pull at the higher $9 million level. And as Assistant City Manager mentioned, those results came back favorably. And then this last row, I just want to reiterate, as Assistant City Manager mentioned, the collaboration with many of the meetings and outreach meetings, multiple listening sessions. Notices were sent out to all business license holders, about 8,000 over the last 2 years. If you were active, you got an email notice and or other notice. And so we believe the proposal before you is balanced. It considers many different stakeholders, which is not easy to do. It's hard to make everyone happy. And so with the item before you, the language that we are suggesting as staff that the council consider is to protect Santa Clara's financial stability and maintain essential services such as 911 emergency, public safety, crime reduction services, safe, clean public areas, pothole repairs, parks and libraries shall an ordinance to update Santa Clara's 1992 business license tax to $75, increasing incrementally between $15 to $135 per employee or rental unit, with larger businesses paying more, generating approximately $9 million annually until ended by voters with independent financial audits, all funds staying local, be adopted. And so this is the language that we are proposing for the November ballot. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Assistant City Manager Borges for the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. This morning's, as you've heard from Ken, our process to date has really been around listening to the feedback, developing solutions to respond to the feedback. And so today we did receive an email from the Silicon Valley Leadership Group that identified 8 administrative issues that we'd like to quickly share with the council and the public so that we can respond to those comments as well. The first item was a recommendation to delete the definition of fiscal year in the business license tax ordinance. We agree with this recommendation. And as a result, if the council decides to go forward with this, we would ask that this deletion be included in the motion so that the ordinance can be updated before it goes to the ballot. The second item relates to the substitution of language in compliance with city, state, and federal laws. The city's BLT program often aligns with other cities' permitting processes, and consequently, we are recommending that the current language remain in place to ensure compliance. The next suggestion is to change the language that states that business license is denied if not approved within 180 days to the license is deemed to be approved. Again, because licensing are often coordinated with other permitting processes, it is recommended that the existing language remain. The last item on this slide asks for clarification between the definition of 7 days as timely and the imposition of penalties after 30 days. These provisions are intended to allow for grace periods before imposing penalties, as we recognize that sometimes things happen to cause a short-term delay, and we want to provide that grace period for businesses. Next slide. The first two items on this slide relate to the timeline for the imposition of penalties for failure to secure a license until after a business has been in operation. We want to clarify that businesses' licenses are required prior to opening and operating a business. Consequently, it is recommended that this language remain. With respect to the issue of the extension of the time prior to the revocation of a license, the city's practice is to send notices 30 days prior to the expiration of a notice, again, 30 days after, and finally 60 days following the expiration. This amount of notice should be sufficient to correct any deficiencies. The next two suggestions, the one on this slide and on the first one on the next one, relates to the delegation of authority to the Director of Finance. The suggestions were reviewed with the City Attorney's Office, and we believe that the authority that is being suggested here is already included in the ordinance. The final suggestion was a request for clarification with respect to Section 2C. This section discusses how the transition and implementation of the ordinance will take place. Essentially, it addresses how payments made in 2023 will be either prorated or credited in order to align to the proposed January 2024 pay date. Next slide. This brings us to the recommendations. These are long, so I'm just going to go ahead and read them. Adopt a resolution ordering the submission of a ballot measure to the qualified electors of the city, calling for a special municipal election to be held in the city of Santa Clara on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022, for the purpose of submitting to the city voters a measure modernizing the city's business license tax, requesting consolidation with the gubernatorial general election and election services from Santa Clara County, directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis, setting priorities for ballot arguments, and approval of the draft amendment to the Santa Clara City Code to incorporate the proposed changes, including the deletion of the definition of fiscal year if the measure is approved by voters. Next slide. Second recommendation is adopt a resolution ordering the submission of a ballot measure to the qualified electors of the city, calling for a special municipal election to be held in the city of Santa Clara on Tuesday, November 8, 2022, for the purpose of submitting to the city voters a measure to amend the city's charter regarding utility transfers, requesting consolidation with the gubernatorial general election and election services from Santa Clara County, directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis, setting priorities for ballot arguments, and approval of the draft amendment to the Santa Clara City Code to incorporate the proposed changes if the measure is approved by voters. Next slide. In closing, this is an overview of the next steps in the process. Should the council adopt the resolutions tonight, arguments would be due to the city clerk's office by July 19th and the impartial analysis due to the city clerk's office on July 29th. The final deadlines that are bold here on this screen are the deadlines to submit the information to the county registrar of voters. Tonight, the city council is being asked to consider adoption of the resolutions to determine if the council wishes to draft the arguments or assign that responsibility, and to direct the city attorney to draft the impartial analysis. City Clerk Hagag is on the line tonight to answer any questions the council may have on this process. This completes the staff report, and we are available to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Cynthia and Ken, for that report. Let's start with our city council questions. Vice Mayor Jane, followed by Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you, Ken and Cynthia, for an excellent report. Could you talk about the variability of our revenue sources? I know we're kind of in this mess right now because TOT and sales tax are very variable in terms of how much we could get depending on the economy. Do you believe that this would help stabilize some of the variability of our revenue sources? And then I wanted to understand sort of the discretion of the director to waive penalties or to, say, grant a license if there were some extenuating circumstances. I just want to give some outs so that if there were some extenuating circumstances that businesses wouldn't be stuck with penalties and so on. And then somewhere there I saw that there was no requirement that the city send notices out to all of the businesses, either for revocations or just to announce the program, the change. So could you just explain those to me? Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Excellent report that helps us to understand. I was reading through this and then I remembered something and I went back and could not find it. Something about if gross receipts of a business were less than $5,000 for a year, that they would be exempt. And I did not hear that in the report and I couldn't find it when I went back through it. I wonder if you could clarify that, see if I'm remembering wrong. Thank you.
Any other council questions? Okay, I have a question, Assistant City Manager. You had mentioned that you had conducted a new poll in June, of which I don't have any information on that. But here's my question. You said the numbers increased dramatically when the voter was educated on the issue, the business tax issue. So can you give us what the poll numbers were before the voter was educated on the business tax issue? So that was my question. Vice Mayor Jane, you have more questions?
Just one more. Just one more. I believe in the document there is something like $300,000 for assistance to small businesses that are unable to pay. Can you just clarify that?
Okay, that looks like it for the council questions. Assistant City Manager.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Ken to start with to answer the question about the variability of revenue sources. Obviously, we have an interest in wanting to diversify our revenue sources, but since that's a finance-related issue, I'm going to ask him to do it, and then I'm going to go look for Councilmember Hardy's answer in terms of it's in the report, and I'll find it for you.
Great, thank you, Assistant City Manager, and thank you, Council, for the question. So I'll just kind of go down the list and provide comments where I think appropriate, just from my finance director hat. And so with regards to revenue sources, yes, the three largest revenues for the city of Santa Clara are property tax, sales tax, and TOT. 2/3 of that, so TOT and sales tax, are what we consider very volatile with regards to downturns and upticks of the economy. And so, for example, our transient occupancy tax at the worst case was down almost 90%. Even today with reopenings, we're still down about 60 to 65%. So, whenever any organization has that kind of drop in their third largest revenue source, it's a very difficult budget situation for any organization to have financially to kind of recover. And so sales tax, a very similar but not as drastic drop. So when COVID occurred, we did see about a 13% drop in that initial quarter of sales tax. And so as we look ahead to business tax and knowing that we've had a very stable business tax to date at a modest level of about $900,000, or about 0.4% of our budget. When we looked at other cities that have business tax come in, it was a larger percentage of their budget. And so with this proposed measure, our hope here is that it would help us diversify our revenues, help us create a fiscal sustainable base with regards to our taxes, so that from a budget balancing perspective, it would create less disruption from a service perspective. So that's my thoughts around how this tax measure would help with regards to volatility in revenue sources. With regards to discretion of waiving penalties and interest, that is something that has been in the ordinance and it is in there for other taxes such as our TOT. And so consistent with the authority that has been granted to me for those businesses that have what we see as justifiable type reasons, we do work with them with regards to interest and penalties. And those are on a case-by-case basis. However, A lot of times, delinquent taxes from prior businesses is one example of where we'll work. If there's some agreement to at least make it whole, but with regards to change in ownership, that's one where we would kind of consider looking at the penalties. With regards to requirements to send out notices, I mean, that's a practice that we have today. It's not in our ordinance, mainly because when taxes are due, they're due. And so, just by practice and for customer service standpoint, we do include that from a best practice standpoint. And then Council Member Hardy asked about the gross receipts less than 5,000. That is in the ordinance. When we looked at other cities, neighboring cities, there was a minimum threshold acknowledging that a number of small businesses that have business licenses but rarely practice, for example, if they have like 1 or 2 business transactions, those total less than $5,000, we felt that was a threshold that will allow for an exemption. That's not in our current ordinance, but when we looked at other cities and we benchmarked and considering the council's value for small businesses, we felt that was appropriate to include it in the ordinance. And so with that, I'll turn it back to Cynthia if you have other comments.
Yes, so just to respond to Councilmember Hardy, the item is item number 3 under the pros elements of the modernized BLT in the memo. So that's where you'll find that. And then with respect to the $300,000 or $330,000 in assistance, yes, we are proposing a one-time subsidy of $80 for those businesses with 1 to 4 employees. And then with respect to the survey, I need one more minute to get to the document because so you were asking about the BLT before and after. So in January, it initially polled at 54%, but with education, it went to 64%. And again, in June, it was at 54%, but with education, it went to 68%. And I think that answers all of the questions that we were asked.
Okay, thank you very much. Vice Mayor Jane, your name's still up. Do you have another question?
I'm just reading from the text here. It says, if any person fails to pay the annual renewal tax within 90 days after the tax becomes due, his or her business tax certificate is considered revoked. The city is not required to send a notice of revocation for the revocation to be valid. So I guess my concern is that we don't want our business to stop operating. So if their business license is revoked, then they have to cease operations. So why are we not being required to send these notices and give people more grace so that we don't shut down businesses?
So again, Councilmember Jane, we do provide the noticing. So we do provide it at 30 days before expiration, 30 days after, and then 60 days after.
Okay. I guess it's standard practice, but you're not being required to do it. That's all I wanted to understand. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. Cynthia, can you repeat those numbers again, the percentages? I had January, it was 54%. Then you said it was 64% that was educated, and I think you said there was 68 in there too.
Sir, I'm happy to do that. So when the poll is conducted, they generally do just read the measure to the voter. So it's that initial reading, it was 54%. But once the details were discussed around the specifics of the measure, that increased to 64% in January. In June, last week when we did the poll, it again started at 54%. But when they learned more about the measure and the detail and the uses of the measure and the need for it, that level of support rate increased to 68%.
Cool.
And again, just as a reminder, the minimum threshold is 50% plus 1.
Okay, good. That's good news to hear. Thank you for providing that information again.
Let me just clarify that. Does that mean on the polling, that would mean that there's no opposition to to the tax.
No, so that would mean that there is 31% of the poll indicated no, right? And
No,
then
I meant, did you ask any questions opposing, or you didn't give any opposing education? You gave all pro.
Yeah, they did. They did both sides. They're required to.
How come we don't have a copy of that?
Because we just received it at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay, I'm hoping we'll all get a copy of that.
Yes, we will
Okay,
post
thank
it in
you.
post-agenda materials. Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, so now I have members of the public. So here we have Pete Constant. Pete, if you'd like to come forward, followed by Christian Malasek.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Anna Vargas Smith is giving 2 minutes in addition to Pete Constant's time.
Okay.
For 4 minutes.
Okay, very good. Welcome.
Well, thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. I got to I was hoping to get to Santa Clara early and hit some of your restaurants and spend some of my money and generate some taxes.
Still early.
But the traffic to get here from Roseville took care of that. I wasn't able to do so. My name is Pete Constant. I'm a professor of public policy and the director of the Institute for Public Policy at William Jessup University. William Jessup University is a private university with locations both in Rockland, California and in Silicon Valley. Our local campus here is in San Jose, right adjacent to Santana Row. We were asked to take a look at the business license tax proposal and to opine on it. I emailed you a document today that has all of the information. I also included my personal cell phone number because I know you may have some questions after you have an opportunity to read it. Feel free to contact me personally at any time. As you know, both businesses and residents benefit from city services on a day-to-day basis, and from streets maintenance to public safety and everything in between. They do this through the payment of property taxes, sales taxes, and a variety of other taxes that go directly to the general fund. Today, you're looking at adding additional taxes to businesses. You saw the amounts. I think it would be prudent for you to look at the total tax burden that is borne by businesses. When you look at businesses, particularly your large businesses, you will see that their contribution in property taxes, both secured and unsecured property taxes and use taxes, are a significant amount of taxes that come to your city's general fund. The report that you received from staff really didn't provide guidance on how businesses in other cities have responded to the employee tax increases. How did the city do in collection of the tax revenues that they projected? How close were they to their projections? Were there any unintended consequences from the tax, things of that nature? It's important to know that any increased taxes on employees generally mean increased taxes and prices to your residents who participate and get services and buy products from your businesses. That means higher prices, even higher prices than our inflation impacted prices for local businesses and residents as they conduct business in your city. The unintended consequence of that is less spending in your city. The net result of an employee tax could likely be a loss in sales tax revenue in Santa Clara and an increase in sales tax and other related taxes in nearby cities. The tax revenue from employee taxes can be offset by the loss in the sales tax revenue. In fact, the net effect on city budgets could be negative. As we know, in the current times that we are, there's a lot of virtual and hybrid employees in cities. Large firms, particularly the large technology firms, which you have quite a large number of here in Santa Clara, can easily avoid local headcount taxes by assigning their employees to be hybrid, fully remote, or assigned to locations of their businesses in other cities surrounding the area. One area that's often overlooked is the cost of monitoring and compliance of businesses reporting their headcount. I know it was mentioned also that the sort of inelasticity of employment tax revenues, that they stay relatively stable. And it was pointed out the stability that you've had in your business license tax. And that's because it typically is not related to headcount. And we know that when recessions come and when budgets tighten, headcounts drop. You will see a similar correlation. Sorry, do I have the additional 2 minutes or? Oh, that was 4, boy. Okay, well, I just will close by saying it will be cyclical just like your others that cycle with the economy. I'm sorry that I don't have more time to speak, and I'm also going to apologize for leaving because I have to drive home, but please feel free to contact me with any questions personally or if you have any questions now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christian? Welcome.
As we meet here this evening, the business community can honestly tell you that Santa Clara, the city of Santa Clara, is the most business-friendly city in the entire valley. But what this vote subjects you to do is turn it to the least business-friendly city in the entire valley. Not a direction we want to go. In the cities that we're comparing ourselves to, we're comparing ourselves to the worst business-friendly cities in the valley. I'm Christian Malesic, the president and CEO of the Silicon Valley Central Chamber. Our business community, small, medium, large businesses, met at our annual retreat just a few weeks ago on June 16th, and we unanimously agreed that we oppose any type of dramatic increase in taxes, specifically on the business license tax. We took a position to oppose that, and we oppose any harmful tax on both small and medium-sized businesses. Since the retreat, we've seen 3 different versions of this tax. The current version before you intends to, 1, increase total taxation proceeds by 1,000%. It is a super, hyper-progressive tax, one of the most hyper-progressive taxes in the entire United States if it were to pass today. Small businesses, defined by the Small Business Administration as 50 employees or below, would see an increase of 905%, where the largest businesses, 70,000%. We presented you a letter on our position, and you've also heard a little bit from the analysis that we commissioned by William Jessup University. I have copies of those, hard copies. You've already received soft copies. There is one for the city manager and one for each of you on council. I'll present them to the city manager now. Thank you for hearing us out.
Thank you. Teresa? Welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here. I'm Teresa O'Neill. I am a member of the board of directors of the Silicon Valley Central Chamber of Commerce. I am a volunteer, not a lobbyist. So I read the June 6th letter from the largest business organization in our region, the Bay Area Council, regarding the head tax and their study of a remarkably similar situation in Oakland. But before I address the Bay Area Council's letter, I want to give a local example. You may be aware that a few years ago, the then CEO of Hewlett-Packard, Meg Whitman, directly reached out to Santa Clara leadership with the idea of moving HP's headquarters to Santa Clara. Meg knew of Santa Clara's reputation as a great place to locate a business, which includes a reasonable approach to business taxes. But she had as a primary issue Santa Clara's ability to quickly and thoroughly respond to HP's requirements, and that Santa Clara had a straightforward entitlement, permitting, and licensing process. In past decades, I believe Santa Clara was better able to meet the expectations of business leaders such as Meg Whitman. I am concerned that in recent years, I've heard more from residents that we aren't as easy to work with and that our process is longer, not as flexible or cost-effective as in the past. The business community provides a disproportionate share of our general fund and has enabled our residents to enjoy a high level of city services. A few years ago, the City Council worked with the city manager to begin a major reinvestment in updated systems, tools, processes, and policies to help the city work more efficiently, in part to enhance the revenues from our business community. I'm not sure why Meg Whitman decided not to come to Santa Clara, but I got the impression that part of it was we couldn't be nimble enough. And now HP Enterprise has joined the caravan of companies that have gone to other states. Companies have and will continue to make location choices based on cost. Employers have told me this directly. Yes, we have to have reasonable taxes. It's a must. But let's invest more to make sure that we are growing our businesses and so that we can have the services that are important to Santa Clara. Please don't make taxes unpredictable or difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on this? Do we have anyone online? Do we have any e-comments? No e-comments? Okay, Dan. Go ahead, Dan, please.
Yeah, hi. I'm Dan Kostenbauer from the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. I'm the Vice President for Tax Policy. Pardon me. I made a written submission, and I just wanted to acknowledge the staff's efforts to take into account some of my suggestions. And I'm available for further consultation on some of them, but I appreciate the effort to take those views into account.
Is that it?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. No other comments? Okay. Vice Mayor Jane.
So I just want to say that I'm very much in favor of this business license tax. Right now, our residents complain about the hours at our library and senior center. This would allow us to restore those hours. Businesses complain about, as Ms. O'Neill had said, complain about the length of time that it gets through our permitting process and the length of time that it gets through our processes. Part of that is due to the fact that our community development organization is very understaffed. I've been complaining about that for 10 years now. If we had sufficient staff that was well-trained, that businesses would benefit from getting their permits and plan checks approved very quickly. Santa Clara is a very attractive place for business. We have extremely reliable electricity, and we have very low-cost electricity. Our pavement condition index, the quality of our roads, is far superior to some of our neighboring cities. We have low crime rates. And then to Mr. Malesik's argument that this is a 1,000% increase. I want to remind you of what happened years ago with our Parks Impact Fee. The Parks Impact Fee went from $150 per unit to $30,000 a unit. We are building 25,000 new housing units in the city of Santa Clara. It did not stop. And our parks now, you don't get splinters when you go to our parks. Our parks are in far better condition than they used to be. I just found out that Sunnyvale actually has 5 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. Santa Clara is only at 2.6. So that Parks Impact Fee was critical to maintaining our parks. So this would provide a very stable source of revenue. It would offset the variability and volatility of TOT. We don't know what's going to happen in the future with COVID. So TOT and sales tax, this would provide stability. It would allow us to restore the hours in our senior center and our libraries and at City Hall. It's essential for us to pass this. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you, Assistant City Manager Cynthia and Director Ken Lee for giving us this report, as well as doing extensive outreach to different stakeholders on that. And I always wanted, I know I have been asking for this business tax license for a long time, but my idea was to have a feedback from the different stakeholders, and then we plan in a way which is basically palatable to all. You know, nothing can be palatable to all, but to the most stakeholders in this scenario. And you rightly mentioned this was a 30-year-old antiquated business license system we had, which needed revision way back, like 500 cap for some of our billion-dollar companies, that was a joke, basically. So we needed to have some reforms on this thing. And I do want to mention, I personally had meetings with the chamber. I had meeting with the stakeholders from NVIDIA, Applied Material, Intel, and they were as I can say, they were pretty receptive to if we have listened to that, and that's what you have done as a city team. You have done that and tried to assimilate as much as possible. As Vice Mayor Jane mentioned, we need funds. Like, we are in a $27 million deficit, and I know there are efficiencies to be added on the city part of it, and we should work on those on the top priority, the way we are working on this measure to be taken care of. And I would request simultaneously, like while we are working on this thing, we need to increase our efficiencies within the city also, so that we can provide better services. And when I talk better services, one thing is very important. Like, for years, we have provided such a good ecosystem to some of these largest businesses to explore and expand in our city. And that way we are very lucky, and we welcome them over here. And they have expanded. They have become $1 billion companies from $1 million companies. But with that, all the growth, you call it growing pains, we also had some pains with that. You know, our traffic on the roads have increased because of that. Our daytime population is more than double the population of our city, basically. If we take into account, we have around 137,000 employees, if the numbers are correct, as per the plus or minus something. And what does that entail? Like, basically, our traffic is huge, and how does that impact our quality of life of residents? It does impact. Like, we are stuck into traffic more than what we should be, basically. And these are the funds we can use for some of these, alleviating these problems, basically. Second thing, which these expanded company, and we welcome their growth, but it's a natural consequences of it. It's an economic scenario, economic cycle. Our housing affordability has become a really problem for our residents. And that's where we can use some of these funds to alleviate that housing affordability issue by bringing in affordable housing. And these are all quality of life issues for our residents. And that's what we are asking these funds for, to improve the quality of life of our residents. And let me give you some stats, which I did from the numbers you presented in your report. I would like to say 95% of our businesses, total out of 6,000 businesses which you gave us, basically the staff report gave us, 95% of the businesses will not pay more than $1,365. Only 5% businesses will be paying more than $1,365 as a business license if it goes through. And let me drill it down a little bit further. 64% of our businesses will be paying less than $100. 64, that's a very high. It's the same number that you gave us from the polling, that 64% in January were ready to go for this thing. It's the same number, basically. 64% will paying less than $100. Further up, 78% will be paying less than $206 on average. And 88% will be paying less than, I think it's $480. So these are numbers which tell us that we are not anti-business. We are not. Like, if you look at these numbers, they themselves show that we have taken a very rational approach, and this is a rational approach to help our businesses, and we really need to take care of that. And this being a progressive tax, the way we designed it, yes, it does put burden on the highest bracket of our employers, but I think they can afford it. I know I've been talking about millions, but the number you came up with, the cap of 350K, I accept that after a discussion, mutual discussion with sitting with these people. So I accept that, like we can do that. And that's the beauty. Like when we talk to them, they came up with a solution, they gave the cap, and most of the businesses, they said, yes, if you put a cap, we are okay with it. And there can be slight differences between what cap they want and what cap we put, but we are not too far off difference. And I think 350 is a very genuine cap. CPI adjustment. This was the one component we did not do in 1992. Every service being provided by the city has started costing much more than what it was costing 1 year back, 2 years back, 3 years back. So this will be a long-term adjustment solution so that we don't have to come back to this thing in near future, basically. That's a good thing. And coming back to the benefits to the businesses, you know, when we are providing best public safety services to our businesses, we are providing one of the best water and sewer services to our businesses. And just take into account, all these businesses, if they just calculate amount of savings they are saving by using Silicon Valley power compared to any other city, not only in our vicinity, but maybe in whole of California, probably that would be much more than $9 million we are asking them, the savings itself. So we are providing basically a lot of benefits to our businesses, and this is a collective approach that how we can help each other on this thing. And on top of that, basically, when you stated that we will be implementing this thing from January 1st, 2024, basically we are giving them another one tax holiday for another year, basically. So, but it was mutually discussed with everybody. I'll agree to that. And on top of that, the $330,000 grant money, which was meant for the small businesses, you will be using that to help any small business who cannot pay these license fees. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And with that, I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Was there a motion? I don't think
motion. I'll make a motion to. I'll go 1, 2.
Well, okay, I'll go back to you first.
Okay. Okay.
Let's hear from everybody, but I'll go back to you.
I'll make a motion.
Council. Well, we have a member of the public, Anil. Go ahead, Anil. We'll go back to the public, then back to the council. Anil.
Council, thank you for taking my comment at this late stage in the meeting. I apologize for the lateness. Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association, and I just wanted to issue my comment on this tax. We unfortunately just heard about this proposal recently. We weren't reached out to as part of the rental housing industry on this one, so we are coming to this late now. However, I just want to issue some concern about the tax and how it will be, how staff can administer it properly. These taxes in other jurisdictions allow staff to issue the ability for them to waive late fees and waive and issue amnesties for different under different circumstances. And so I just want to urge the council to take that into account, and also to urge the council to give staff as much leeway in flexibility in administering this tax as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee, go ahead, Lee.
My name is.
Hello?
Mute. Okay, there I go. This is Lee Brofman. I thought we had a $19.6 million deficit. Now I hear the word $27 million deficit. This is the city council's attempt at mitigating that. This is pathetic. I can't, $9 million won't keep anything going, even though Councilperson Shahal says We're going to open the libraries. We're going to open all the senior center. We're going to do this and that. $9 million is not enough to cancel out $27 million in deficit, if that's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, there's a lot to unpack here. 1992, that's a long time ago. I was 6 years old. In about a week or two, I'll be 37. So that's a really long time that we've ever done anything to our business tax. At the same time, I think about, we need to be equitable. We need to be fair. I don't want to punish businesses, especially do not want to hurt small businesses. But, I don't think what we're trying to do is drastic. I know there's a lot of pain after the pandemic, and we don't want to hurt it. But it's going to basically things like what Councilmember Jane was talking about and what Councilmember Chahal was talking about, which is services that we have, amenities. We still are the center of what's possible for business, but at the same time, we need more funding to fund what can be possible that we can't fund right now. And that's what we're looking to accomplish because, I think as Councilmember Jane said about our parks, or I think it was Councilmember Chahal, about our parks where you don't get splinters anymore. This is something that's, is needed. I agree with former Councilmember O'Neill as well as Councilmember Jane about we need to definitely streamline our process, and I think this will open up doors in doing that. Again, I do see a lot of concerns regarding the increases, about dramatic increase. I did meet with the business community. They don't want to see 700%, which I totally understand that. I heard from them they want to see anywhere between 200 or 300% is what they're okay with. That's I'll take that information and I'll make my decision on that. But hearing that they want to participate and want to be fair, my question is to Silicon Valley Chamber, which is also we're saying least business friendly and dramatic increases. What is a fair increase and what is a fair number? Is the 200 to 300% fair? Is 500% fair? I kind of want to know some definition and statistics of that. Other than that, I think Councilmember Chahal also said it too, is about affordable housing too, is we do need the money to help supply affordable housing for our residents. As I said, 37 years old, a lot of millennials in this city, especially Gen Zers, cannot afford to live here. And that is a problem. I mean, you go to my employer, none of my coworkers can actually afford to live in this city, or mainly the Bay Area. They have to share, and they have to, basically there's no independency. They have to rely on dependency of others. So we want to really focus on trying to supply services for our community, supply affordable housing, but seeing that the lowest rates, were 30 years ago, we kind of need to adjust that to make it equitable for the future. Again, I do not want to kill business, and I do not want to be like, I think everyone was saying, was the example of Mountain View. You don't want to be known as the examples compared to Mountain View and other cities. I don't want to be an example. I do want to be known as a city that's very equitable, business friendly, and mainly a lot of opportunities for our businesses, but you do have to pay a fair share, especially with the times that we're in now. One thing I did hear, I think one of the commenters was saying, I think it's Mr. Constant that spoke, or maybe Mr. From the chamber, but it was about finding loopholes, if businesses will find loopholes. I, personally, for a long time have advocated for trying to push people to be remote work. It's good for the environment, keeping cars off of the road. It's better quality of life and work balance. But at the same time, will there be a loophole for businesses to try to work around this so they don't have to put in their fair share? That's my big concern. Other concerns I have, which was, I think you already covered it, which is a simple counting mechanism. I know that was a big concern about a lot of the businesses I did meet with, like Intel and NVIDIA. They were really concerned about, well, how do we do that? EDD, if we go by that, we have a bunch of locations here. We have thousands of employees amongst the state, not just in the city of Santa Clara. And I think you guys kind of covered that a lot with businesses with additional locations outside of Santa Clara will self-report. delegation to the authority of the finance director to develop that criteria. So that's kind of a concern, but I think we're addressing that. The same time, the definition, I do want to see that agreed, that the definition will be deleted, and I hope that will be included in the motion in the future, and if not, I will add that as a friendly amendment. Sorry, I have a lead put together tonight. Other than that, apologies. Oh, it was right here. Was this item, which is from the letter from Mr. Kassenbauer, I hope I said his last name right, from the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. I'm concerned about this one, about 3.401.5A. This section imposes a penalty of 25% on new business within 30 days of opening. I do agree with the statement that opening a new business is very challenging, especially nowadays after the pandemic. I do agree it should be allowed to have a new business 60 days or even 90 days after the opening to pay the initial tax without the penalty. And as well as 3.40.15B is the consideration to allow 60 days before imposing any penalty for non-payment. So I just want to make sure that those are correct statements and if those are something that we can address moving forward on this motion. Other than that, I have nothing else currently, and if I do have anything else, I will circle back. But thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. It's been alluded to, but it's 30 years since we have updated this. That's embarrassing for everyone. So we do know it needs to be updated. So when we talk about increases, those are 30 years ago. We're basing that against that. I do like this I like the CIP at 5% cap. No matter what the inflation is doing, that's the highest it would go. I do like that. I recognize our businesses pay property taxes. They pay sales tax especially when it's business to business, but so do our residents. We enjoy really good services. We have amazing power and low prices. Our police and fire show up when you call 911. That is wonderful. We have very good infrastructure working on that. I do, and I made notes about this, I like deleting the fiscal year definition, and I would like to look at the 60 to 90-day penalty before there is a grace period, before there's a penalty. I do like the cap, and I do like that for very small businesses that if their gross revenue is below $5,000, they're exempt. I think we have a lot of tiny businesses that are getting started, and you don't want to stomp on those while they're still being nurtured. So I feel fairly comfortable with this with just a little bit of tweaking, and I think we can work this all out. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yeah, so I just had one more thing to add. I just sort of wanted to quantify the quote pain to large businesses. For businesses over 1,000 employees, the average tax is $214,000. Now, being very conservative and very generous with these numbers, assuming a business of 1,000 employees, these are tech businesses, pay their employees $100,000 per employee, which is very low compared to many tech companies. That comes to $100 million in employee pay. So if you take the $214K and divide that into that $100 million, you come to 0.2%. That's what the tax is on the payroll. And we know that in the city, as we're negotiating with our unions and everything, often the pay raises are about 3%. So you're talking about less than 1/10 of the pay raises that we're giving annually to our employees. So 0.2% of the payroll is, I believe, not very much pain considering all of the services, the absolutely terrific services that the city of Santa Clara provides. Thank you.
All right, any other council members? Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all the input that everybody has provided tonight. Thank you, Cynthia and Ken. I know this has been a long time coming, and you have done, great outreach, to the stakeholders, the community, to get, to hear how everybody feels about this. This is something very important that our city is looking at. We understand the need. COVID has had a tremendous impact on our city, and from talking to the businesses that I have also met with, including Applied Materials, Intel, and NVIDIA, they understand that too, and they want to be able to help. I appreciate the comments from the chamber, and I appreciate Pete Constant coming all the way from Roseville to speak to us tonight, and submitting the paperwork from the William Jessup Institute regarding, this issue that we're looking at potentially taking on and increasing taxes. As I'm hearing, and also from Anil Barber tonight from the Realtors Group, the fact that they weren't somehow contacted or were not able to weigh in on this, that it gives me some concern, because that group does represent a big portion of the big business community as well. I am concerned that we don't have really all of the information that we need to make a educated decision tonight, and frankly to take to vote on this. I know the city manager stated earlier that there was still some time, and based on comments that I'm hearing tonight from the chamber, from the Realtors Group, from the chamber, and William Jessup, and the report that they've put together, I think we still need to bake this item and take some time to make sure that we have it correct. Like I said, I've talked to the businesses, the high-tech companies that we really rely on in terms of, what they contribute to Santa Clara. And if we don't get this right, based on conversations that I had, they have the ability to make some changes as a result, and I would hate for them to consider leaving, not hiring staff in Santa Clara, hiring them in other cities because they don't want to pay a head tax, they will just find other ways to conduct business, and it could hurt a city that many have said here tonight that Santa Clara has always been a business-friendly city. It could have serious ramifications. We were talking about the volatility of the revenue sales, the TOT tax. If businesses start expanding in other cities, and frankly, when I was just in Nashville for the APPA conference, I saw how Nashville is growing, and Google, Facebook, and Amazon are expanding in those cities. It's having a tremendous impact on their real estate as their economic recovery is taking shape and expanding. I would hate to see that happen in Santa Clara. And again, going back to the TOT tax and the sales tax, the volatility of it, if we lose that as a result of businesses moving elsewhere, of businesses not bringing people from outside into Santa Clara to conduct business, that will have a serious impact on those volatile taxes. What I need to know, are businesses receptive to the numbers that are being proposed here tonight? I'm getting the feeling that they are not. And if we go in the wrong direction with this very important step that our city is attempting to take, and with good understanding, nothing has been updated since 1992. The taxes have not been updated since 1992. The businesses recognize that also. They want to help. But we have to make sure we get it right, because if we don't and we lose, then we're really, then we're back to square one. And what I would ask is that based on the information that we've received tonight, that we just recognize that we're not in a place to take a vote, and that, again, this needs some additional time to bake. We have another week that we can review some of the materials and information that's been provided tonight to make sure that when we do take a vote on this, that it's for the right reason and that we have the buy-in of all the important stakeholders that are going to make a difference in our city going forward and achieving its goals in creating this, adding to this business tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. And I want to thank everyone for the work and consideration you put in this item. I'm talking about the Chamber of Commerce, the businesses that have called in, the individuals that have called in, and for the staff. Thank you very much for that. What I like about this proposal is I like the goals. I like the ease of implementation, the single bill elimination of different tax categories. I like the availability of data consideration. I like the consistency across all business types. And I like the exemptions for small businesses making less revenue. And we certainly need an updated business license tax because we haven't done it, as you've heard, for several decades. I hear about the percentages that they're going to go up. And we have to realize that that's because, again, we haven't updated our numbers in decades. We would need a 2,500% increase just to get to Sunnyvale's cap of $13,000. Right, so the fact that we're increasing or the increases are, in the thousands doesn't really surprise me. And Sunnyvale hasn't increased their taxes in about half the time that we have. They haven't done it for about 15 years. But the realities are $9 million is not enough to cancel our debt. And we shouldn't expect the businesses to shoulder the burden of that debt. We shouldn't expect them to do that. They already pay a lot of money to the city. What concerns me are that we made it simple. I know we want it simple, but we have data centers paying the same amount as a typical supermarket or a fast food restaurant or a clothing store. I looked up these numbers and, the number is around 30 people per business, rotating staff of about 20 to 25 in some cases, but that concerns me. I mean, it goes a little against the concept of easy, but I think that having a hybrid tax structure where maybe you have a head count below a certain square footage and you consider square footage above that. I know that a lot of other cities are looking at square footage alone, and they're not looking at head count. They don't worry about how many people are remote, how many people are going to be considered remote. And that doesn't have to be difficult, but you've got all these other problems. You've got companies that don't have a lot of people, like furniture stores, have a lot of square footage for the few number of employees that they have. But I think that if we had some kind of hybrid structure, we had a minimum number of people or a minimum number of square footage, we can come up with something that's not too complicated that would still be easy to implement. And again, here, Santa Clara is a very business-friendly city. It's the center of what's possible. And for growing businesses, it should be for growing businesses as well as for the residents and for the services that they support. Like, I don't want the businesses to pay for the privilege of making this city, making us successful. Now we go into what I don't like. I literally cannot see us charging more than Mountain View for businesses with fewer than 1,000 employees. Like, I look at this, I think that Mountain View is charging $75, $95, $445, where we're charging $90, $165, and $2,610. Like, I literally cannot see us charging more than Mountain View for businesses with fewer than 1,000 employees. And although I don't understand the scaling that San Jose uses when they go from 2,500 employees to 5,000 employees, I really don't want to see us charging more than San Jose for businesses with 1,000 employees or more. I hear concerns about how businesses will count the employees, remote, hybrid, if they're going to be looking for loopholes. But I would like a system where that's not the biggest concern. Like trying to find ways to game the system is not a concern for these companies. And I agree with some of the comments that were made. Sometimes getting as much as possible is not the best solution. I mean, I come from, I used to teach content development, and we have this phrase, it's show, don't tell. And if businesses see such disparities in our business taxes, when they're looking at other cities, comparing us with other cities, where else will they feel like they have to look to find differences or they have to be careful? As a city, I don't want them to worry. I want them to feel, and I want them to be confident that they're getting a great deal. Like I want them to compare our business license tax to any other city and say, yeah, we're safe in Santa Clara. Santa Clara is where we want to put our businesses, right? You know, and not just saying that we're business friendly and saying, look at all these things that we're doing, but showing just right here on the business tax or wherever else you want to look, we are business friendly. And if we can do that, it's possible that those larger companies, you know, maybe they would find ways that they would want to contribute to the city gladly without us forcing them to pay it up front. And I think that's kind of what the difference is between having a tax that charges businesses, you know, a fair share and being a business-friendly city where we're saying we want you to contribute to our city, but we're not going to try to squeeze you for as much as we think we can get. I think that is the essence of being a business-friendly city. And I think that that's the kind of thinking that I'd like to put here, which is either some kind of hybrid system where we don't have the problems of big data centers paying as much as small, you know, restaurants, you know, and they have very different margins. I don't want people worried about how to count employees, right? I agree with Mr. Kostenbauer and Mr. Baber's comments about giving staff flexibility to work with businesses to waive fees or give amnesty. Because, again, the business tax is supposed to be supportive of the city and not punitive for businesses. I think we need to change the business tax. I think that we do need to increase the business taxes, but I'm not seeing a plan here with numbers that I think I can support. I've said this many times. Again, we're going to get a benefit by increasing, even if we just doubled the numbers. If we doubled 500 to 1,000, we double the amount of money that we'd get. And I think that if we're going to increase the taxes, we ought to increase them in a way that in comparison with our neighbors, I'm actually, sorry, Sunnyvale, I'm not going to consider you because you haven't updated your business license taxes in about 15 years, so I think you're a little bit low as well. But I would like to look at Mountain View, especially at the low end, and San Jose, especially at the high end. You know, I don't know how San Jose went from 159 to 166 when they doubled the employees. It seems like a really low, maybe they went logarithmic, I'm not really sure. But I would like to see Santa Clara's business tax be as friendly as Mountain View on the low end and as friendly as San Jose on the high end. Because again, we are the center of what's possible, and I think we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, do you still?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to respond to my district resident Lee Brogman's comment that I mentioned the deficit from 19.6 million to $27 million, although Director Kent can confirm that, but that's because of the additional funds we will need to incorporate the new employee contracts or every unit we have negotiated with. So that's the delta of around $7 million. When we incorporate that, then the deficit becomes around $27 million. And I would request Director Kent to please dwell on that. And the second comment with resident Lee Brogman made was about why only this this source of taxes. Yes, we are not trying to solve every problem with this thing, and we don't want to put all the burden on the full deficit on these businesses. That's the reason. We are only trying to solve a partial problem from this thing. And we, as I mentioned earlier, we need to look at the efficiencies, and we need to look at the other revenue sources which we can find out for our city, basically. So those are my comments on that. And with that, I would like to make a motion, if it is appropriate, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll make a motion to adopt resolution as per alternative 2 for, as staff recommendation for the utility transfer funds ballot measure. First, let me make motion one by one. That's my first motion.
I'll second that. That's what I was going to do too.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Becker.
And I can make a second motion when we are done, basically.
Thank you, Mayor. So I did have some prior questions that I was asking for staff about a loophole from remote workers, if that will be covered, as well as some other questions I had, which was for basically the chamber, but we don't need to go to that, I guess, now. But it was just questions about the loopholes and if they're able to do that.
We'll let everyone finish their comments first. Vice Mayor Jane, you had more comments?
Yes, I'm going to have to put this in terms that Councilmember Park can understand. Councilmember Park, we're at code freeze. If you look at the ship date, it's when the ballot measure is due, when the voters will vote. If you back out from that ship date, we have no time. There's no time for feature creep. There's no time to do a hybrid tax. There's no time to do the outreach for that. We are at code freeze. There's no more features, Kevin. Understand that.
Please don't respond to council members like that.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to make some comments about the business tax. First of all, Santa Clara became a very, very special city decades ago when our city decided that we were going to be a very business-friendly city. And so we allowed all the infrastructure to be built in our city. We were one of the first cities to have assessment districts out in the business district. We allowed expressways to intersect our city. We made our public utility very attractive to allow businesses to have discounts on electric rates as well as our residents. In turn, our city became known as a business-friendly city. We attracted businesses. In turn, our general fund was filled up. We had great parks compared to neighboring cities. We had wonderful roads. We had libraries. We had all the type of public amenities that made us very special compared to our surrounding cities. That reputation that we have had over the decades has really stayed with us until recently. The pandemic took a big hit on us in terms of our hotel tax and our sales tax. Our property tax is still high, our unsecured property tax is still high, but we took a hit, and I still believe it's a temporary hit on our city's general fund. We will recover, but it's going to take us a little bit of time to recover. But from going to a business-friendly city and having some of the lowest business taxes, which I think are too low and need to be adjusted, as most businesses, they're reasonable. The ones I've talked to, even big businesses, they say it's time for an adjustment. They're fine with that. But from going to the lowest to the highest, and forget Mountain View. Mountain View has one business. It's called Google. And their one business provides like almost 60% of their tax. And they did it for the one business. So when you look at it, they only have one business. So to compare us to that, it's not a comparison. And Cupertino had Apple. They tried to do the same thing, but their council wisely set it aside to not be like Mountain View. So when San Jose starts looking good compared to Santa Clara, for a business tax, we're in trouble, because guess what? Businesses have choices. They have choices. They have a choice to stay in a community. They have a choice whether or not they want to expand in a community. They can even choose to remove their headquarters from a community and designate another community their headquarters. They can move around employees. They can do a lot of things. When I went to the U.S. Conference of Mayors in January, and listening to the Biden administration, they were saying, no matter what, there's going to be a temptation to try to solve your problems on the backs of businesses. But don't do that. Be reasonable. Don't do that. Because if you start to bite the hand that feeds you, you're going to be in trouble in the long term. So be reasonable, but stop the temptation to do that. Well, the temptation is here, and here it is right now. And when I look at the numbers of those polling numbers at 54%, but with education at 64%, that doesn't include any opposition campaign coming in and changing that. It's fragile, it's volatile. And so I appreciate all the information that the Chamber of Commerce brought to us, the Bay Area Council, and this report from the William Jessup University that you've shared with us. And I think that all that information we should consider and the voters should consider, because we have been such a business-friendly city with a high ratio of jobs, and we want to keep it that way. Traditionally, that's how we have been successful and better than other cities in terms of our amenities for our residents. Our residents have enjoyed great amenities because of our business community helping us with that. We've had a great, great partnership. So I have serious concerns that a head tax has its unintended consequences, and it will harm Santa Clara businesses large and small, because we're all connected. There's no, here's the large, here's the small. No, we're all connected. It's the same community. And we are going to put ourselves, with this business tax, the way it's currently constructed, we're going to put ourselves at a competitive disadvantage with other cities surrounding us. With every city surrounding us, we're going to put ourselves at a competitive disadvantage. That's not who we are, and I don't want to become the unfriendly business city. So we're navigating right now an uncertain economy, and I'd rather work with our local businesses rather than burden them and fight them. And their success helps us, but their failure will hurt the entire city. So I really think we should take this extra week. We should work with our Chamber of Commerce. We should come up with something. I'm not asking for more than this week because that's all we have. Come up with something where we can get support from our business community, knowing that they understand we need to raise this business tax. But when we are going to impose it on them and have the new designation as the highest business tax city, I'm not proud of that. So I think we should really wait another week and try to get something worked out. I really think that's beneficial. So if there's a motion for the business tax the way it's currently presented, I would not support that because I really want that extra time. Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, just to comment, business license tax is not a new topic. We have had study sessions with staff, and as anyone who knows can tell you, my comments in substance were almost exactly the same as the ones that I voiced here at this meeting. We do have time for another meeting. Perhaps that's not enough time to come up with a solution that I can support, but I think that our businesses deserve asking that we try. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I already put forward a motion for the utility transfer fund ballot measure. Do you want to
we'll
call
do
a question?
That one first.
And then I can make a second motion? Or
All
you
right.
want me to?
No, let's do the utility one first.
Okay.
I don't think we have any disagreements on that one. All right, we have a motion and a second for the, which is number 2, right?
Alternate number 2, right. Staff recommendation, alternate number 2.
Approve a resolution ordering submission of a ballot measure calling for a special election for the purpose of submitting to city voters a measure to amend the city's charter regarding utility transfers, requesting consolidation with the gubernatorial general election and election services from Santa Clara County, directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis. Do we say interim city attorney, or do we just say city attorney? I don't know. Whatever you decide is correct. I thought we corrected that before. Anyways, to prepare an impartial analysis, setting priorities for ballot arguments and approval of the draft amendment to the Santa Clara City Code to incorporate the proposed changes if the measure is approved. You got staff recommendation, Assistant City Clerk?
Yes, staff recommendation number 2. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. That one will be on the ballot. All right, Councilmember Chahal.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may?
Yes.
Part of that, recommended action includes language about how many members of the city council and who would be designated to author an argument in support. If there is there's some volunteers, and if there's no objection, we can take it on the record that those individuals and that many individuals would be speaking on behalf of the city council. If there is disagreement, we would recommend a motion with a roll call.
I'll be happy to serve on the.
I'll volunteer.
So one, Councilmember Chahal, Vice Mayor Jane, and who else? Anybody else? Councilmember Hardy. Okay. They'll write the ballot argument. Okay.
Thank you.
So I think Cynthia raised a hand. I'm not sure whether this was regarding that, or I can, she lowered her.
Thank you, Councilmember. I was just going to point out what the city attorney had pointed out.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. So as regards the BLT, we have a deadline, but I am listening to my colleagues over here. 1 week doesn't hurt if we have some room to improve this thing. And I will be making a motion that during this week, 1 week, let's talk to the stakeholders if we missed any. And there's some good comments from my colleagues over here. And if we can have some changes to specifically the lower, smaller businesses, basically, if we can help them out in one way or the other during this week, that would be good. But I also want to point out, we are not the highest, even if we pass the way it is right now, we are not the highest. Go to San Francisco, go to Oakland, and find out what taxes they are trying to charge, basically. Palo Alto is coming up with a much higher, probably much higher business license tax on that. So we are not higher on that. And some of these concerns which have been raised by my colleagues was, if we put park development fees, we will not get any development. And Councilmember Jain is here. Nothing happened. We got good revenue to upkeep our parks, and I don't think any development got hurt because of the fees we incorporated. That was a fierce thing over there. So, but 1 week is not any issue with me, and I can make a motion, continue this item to July 12th, and I ask staff to hold some further negotiations or deliberations with the stakeholders like Anil Babbar. I think he mentioned that he was not contacted. So please feel free to contact them and come up with an offer on 12th of July, and we'll be happy to discuss that time. And I think July 12th doesn't make a much difference 1 week from today. And I'm happy to make that motion continue to 12th.
Could we also ask the Chamber, Christian, if you'll work with our council on this as well?
Second. Yep, all stakeholders can.
If you could come to, please.
What we would propose is a task force with 2 or 3 of council members and myself representing the chamber. That way we're nimble, we can work quickly, we can actually come up with a solution that we bring back to council that's 100% complete.
Council members
I'm okay
who would
with
like,
I'm okay.
Second.
I can be part of that.
Karen? Anybody else? Can we do 3? Kevin?
Kevin.
All right, very good. 3, can you include that in the motion?
I'll make the motion to continue this item, and a committee of Councilmember Kevin Park, myself, and Councilmember Karen Hardy will be a committee to discuss with Chamber, and if need to be, with any other group you want us to talk to.
Second.
All right, very good. Motion and a second for that?
Mayor, can I get clarification? Because the original motion was to have staff come back. I just want to clarify that's not the motion on the table at this time.
Basically, we are continuing the item and bringing it back on July 12th, after the deliberations. I'm not sure, City Attorney.
The motion can be as you wish, so if you want the staff to come back working with the task force, you can make that
I think the
motion.
staff should be working with the.
Yes, staff should be.
Exactly.
I would also say that we have 2 days to publish the agenda, so we would recommend that the task force meet tomorrow.
Yes.
Well, can
or
I
as soon
say
as
something
possible.
on that? Is that, yes, they can meet in the next couple days, but their recommendation can still be presented the evening of next Tuesday.
Correct,
If
as
we,
long as it's properly agendized.
yes, so it doesn't necessarily have to be in the next day or 2.
Thank you, Mayor. That really helps staff.
Yeah, because
So we don't have
do you
to
work
put the reports out by
24 hours a
Thursday.
day? Yeah, no, you don't.
Mayor, if I may, I think that's a good solution to work, and if we can expedite it, that'll be a win-win situation.
I agree.
And maybe I shouldn't even offer this suggestion, but let me just do it for the sake of it. I mean, you've heard all the discussion, and we've gone through discussions with Chamber and big businesses. The numbers are out there. Another option right now could be that you could select some numbers not to exceed this, or on the high side or on the low side, and you can direct staff to just develop that analysis.
Agreed. Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Vice Mayor Jane, you have a comment on the motion, followed by Councilmember Becker. No? Okay, Councilmember Becker on the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree with Councilmember Chahal's motion. That's why I seconded it. And basically, I really want to see an all-hands meeting because right now it's a race against the clock. So appreciate that for the chamber to step up and everybody else.
All right, motion second. We have Assistant City Clerk roll call vote, please, to continue this item to next week with the task force and working with staff and the chamber.
I just want to read that back. So this is to continue this item to July 12th and have a subcommittee comprised of Councilmember Chahal, Hardy, and Park to have discussion with Chamber.
And staff? Is staff in there too?
Staff, Chamber, or any other stakeholder.
Okay.
Staff, chamber, any other stakeholders? There might be others like the Apartment Association and Neil Barber. Some outreach there. Thank you, Christian, for the suggestion. All right, assistants, are we okay? Steve, no?
I think as you understand, the stakeholders is at the defining stakeholders is at the discretion of the staff and the task force members.
Staff will
Yes,
direct us.
we did have one group of stakeholders, which is the Apartment Association, that said they had just gotten some information on it and they wanted to give some input. So that was at least identified. There may be others out there as well.
And I would say, for transparency purposes, all the stakeholders should contact the staff, and then staff can contact us, basically. The staff should be the first stop to contact by any stakeholder, basically.
Okay. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Cynthia has raised her hand if she wants to.
Cynthia?
I'll wait for the vote. I was just going to say that I'm happy to convene the meeting, and I'll work with the city attorney's office to make sure we convene it as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then come to item number 12. Okay? So it 10 minutes. All right, so next we have moved an item up on the agenda, and it's an item from Councilmember Becker. Action on a written petition submitted by Councilmember Becker requesting to place an agenda item at a future council meeting to discuss the recent Planning Commission appointment. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was advised by one of our assistant attorneys, Xander, as well as Mr. Sanchez, that, I don't discuss this issue until it is on the next agenda, that if this is placed on an agenda, where we will then be able to see all the information, and we will be given an informational report as well. So I would like to make a motion, because we shouldn't be talking about any of this, to make a motion to put this on a future agenda on the July 12th agenda.
I'll second it.
So you're not giving any information to the public on, so you're putting a blind item on the agenda?
So we're putting an item because we can't discuss this issue tonight.
I don't understand. City Attorney, can you explain? Because that makes no sense.
Well, the item is publicly noticed, so the public has access to the information. However, I do understand the mayor's point, which is to make the motion to put the specific item, to name it specifically on the agenda. You don't have to get into the topic, but identify what it is, and then the mayor can initiate discussion on the item.
Okay. Let me pull this up really quick. Oh, shoot, sorry. My computer froze. My apologies. Okay, so I would like to put on the July 12th agenda the discussion for both the removal of Ron Patrick from the Planning Commission for providing inaccurate or incomplete information on his application, and the appointment of Mario Boza to the Planning Commission for the July 12th meeting.
And I second it.
I know that we had information from the city attorney's office about what you're trying to do, and I don't believe we have any authority to do that. So I'm not going to support that motion because...
Actually, Mayor, I was given a email which that will be released, I believe, in the next, when the agenda report does come out on the next meeting.
So there's an email out there. Like, what information do we not have?
Again, I can't get into the specifics as I was advised.
I would like not to get into the specifics of the advice that the city attorney's office provided, to the extent that any advice was that the council had no authority to take action. We can address it before the next agenda is posted.
None of this is very transparent. I don't think it's fair to our appointee to the Planning Commission. So I'm not going to support this at all. I think I don't understand why you're doing this.
Mayor, just because you don't understand doesn't mean...
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
I'm just saying, just because you don't understand, we can't debate this issue. This should be voted on to see if we want to put it on a future agenda.
It's not transparent to the public.
Discuss.
I love when this council hides behind, well, we can't talk about this or we can't talk about that. This is a public meeting. The public has a right to know what you're doing and why you're doing it, because I really don't understand. I don't think we've ever done this to any commissioner ever. So I would like to know a little bit more about it. We don't have to go in specifics, but I really don't understand why you're doing what you're doing.
So, Mayor, just some advice.
Some advice?
Yes, at the next meeting is where we can have this full discussion transparently. This is just to take an action to put it on a future agenda item. That's why we can't have any further discussion. I think we went down this road about 50 times. I mean, it might be deja vu for a lot of us, but again, we can't discuss the details. We can discuss the details at the next meeting.
So when a council member asks for a 030 policy, what you're asking your fellow council members to do is put an item on a future agenda, but you explain what you're doing and why you'd like us to do that. But you're saying, I can't discuss it. The city attorney's office said I can't discuss it, and so we're not going to discuss it. So it seems it's not very transparent.
I think
that's okay. I'll vote no.
I would like to call the question.
Because, well, we have a process where we go to the public before calling for the question, Vice Mayor Jane. And is there any other council members that would like to speak? Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I think it probably seems like deja vu because we have probably at least 5 030 policy requests at every council meeting now. No, I concur with the mayor. This is not very transparent. When we had the interviews on June 6th to fill this position, I will remind Councilmember Becker that you actually made the motion to appoint Dr. Patrick to the vacancy, and I seconded it. But now all of a sudden things have changed. Interesting.
Thank you. So is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Please come forward. Welcome, sir. Thank you for waiting this long.
Bad guy, Dr. Patrick. 3 weeks ago, City Council appointed me to be on the Planning Commission, a non-paying voluntary job. It was an honor for me that you chose me. However, it's come to my attention that there are considerable efforts to remove me from this position before I start. These efforts are based on the premise that I do not meet the requirements of specifically residency in the city of Santa Clara. Santa Clara Municipal Code Section 2-120-010 provides that members of boards and commissions must be over the age of 18 and residents of the city. Who qualifies as a resident is not defined in the code. My domicile is in Santa Clara for the following reasons. A person can have more than one resident, and their domicile depends largely on their specific circumstances and intentions. And I'll cite a federal case, Baker versus Keck. My intentions are to be and remain a member of the Santa Clara community. Number 2, I own property in the city in an area zoned for residential use. Number 3, I plan to apply for permits to make my property multi-use. The current building occupancies does not define whether my property can qualify as a residence or not, but my consultant has suggested that it's not going to be a problem. And also, heck, in Santa Cruz, they got a homeless guy living in a park, and he has residency, but I'll do a little better than that. I intend to rent out property outside of Mountain View, outside of Santa Clara, and live exclusively in Santa Clara. The bottom line is that I'm a member of this community and invested in its success. Also, I wonder why such attention is spent towards me. I do some work for the DOD, and there's less research on me for that. And I thought, well, maybe it's because I had to bring some of my attorneys to the Planning Commission to point out some codes that weren't being met, but I prevailed. Or some developers don't like me when they try to eminent domain the property around me, or maybe there's politics I don't know about. I am very apolitical. I don't like rogues in cities. And if I have a soft spot, it's for middle-class people and for the elderly.
Thank you. Well, I guess stay tuned. You'll be back. All right. So there's a motion and a second to put this item on for the next meeting. I thought our 030 policy said within a certain period of time. The interim city attorney?
Mayor, it says the staff analysis may be provided within 30 days unless the council directs.
And apparently that's ready already, according to Councilmember Becker?
That is the direction of the council to come back with a staff analysis in 7 or a week, and that would be at the discretion of the council. But we have 30 days at the outset as a maximum.
Okay.
Maybe longer because of with the recess.
All right. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. Passes 5-2. All right. Next, we have let's see, where are we? Item number 7, it's a public hearing, Action on introduction of ordinances to establish objective zoning, subdivision, and design standards for SB 9 residential projects by amending Chapter 1705 subdivisions of Title 17 development and amending Title 18 zoning to create Chapter 18.13 two-unit dwelling residential development and urban lot splits and address affordability recommendations of the Planning Commission for SB 9 development. So I'm going to declare the public hearing open. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm sure by now everyone is familiar with SB 9 about housing developments in cities. Cities can adopt ordinances with design standards, which really don't conflict with the intent of SB 9, and that's what staff has tried to do here. And Community Development Director Andrew Crabtree has a presentation on this.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, we have brought forward two ordinance amendments. These would amend Titles 17 and 18 of the City Code to establish standards to regulate subdivisions and new construction within Santa Clara for projects that are being brought forward under the expedited, more permissive development processes established by state law as Senate Bill 9 or SB 9. Next slide, please. So SB 9 was signed into law on September 16, 2021 and became effective on January 1st of this year. The details of SB 9 were covered with the City Council at a study session earlier this year and are somewhat complex, so I don't plan to revisit them to the extent that they were addressed in the study session in this presentation now, but I'm just going to provide a somewhat high-level summary, really focused on the ordinances that you're being asked to consider tonight. For projects that meet specific eligibility criteria, SB 9 requires ministerial review and approval of a housing development for up to 2 primary dwelling units on a single-family R1 zoned property or the subdivision of an R1 zoned parcel, along with allowances for accessory dwelling units. So that one house that might be on the site today could be replaced with 2 new residences plus 1 or 2, potentially even 3 accessory dwelling units or ADUs, depending on the circumstance. A ministerial review and approval means that there's no environmental review required for this. There would be no public hearings, and there's really no discretionary review allowed by the city. The city review is limited to ensuring that the proposed SB 9 project meets all eligibility criteria and applicable objective zoning, subdivision, and design review standards that the city might have in place. The Planning Commission held a hearing on the proposed amendment to Title 18 portion of tonight's action, which is an amendment to the zoning code, and recommended approval with some modifications. Their recommendations have been incorporated into the proposed code amendment for council consideration tonight. And I'll explain that as we go along. Because Title 17, which regulates subdivisions, is outside of the Planning Commission's purview, it was not included in their hearing, but it is subject of the hearing by the council tonight. Next slide, please. Under SB 9, the city can impose objective design standards to SB 9 projects, as the city manager just mentioned, including those that are already in the city code or that are adopted as part of an implementing ordinance like the ones that we are considering tonight, as long as they do not conflict with either the standards included in SB 9 or the intent of SB 9. The city can thus impose the objective standards that are already contained in the city's the Santa Clara City Code, Titles 18 zoning and 17 development subdivision, if those standards are not in conflict with any SB 9 requirements, including the allowance for 2 units of at least 800 square feet per property. Other SB 9 standards include a 4-foot side and rear setback standard and a maximum requirement. The city cannot require more than 1 parking space per unit. And in some cases, the city cannot require any parking if the project is close to a transit. The SB 9 projects can also only be, as mentioned, subject to a ministerial review with no public hearings. So in whatever ordinances the city adopts cannot conflict with these standards. An objective standard is one that doesn't require personal or subjective judgment and is uniformly verifiable and knowable by both the applicant and public official. An example might be like a numeric standard on maximum height, for example. The draft SB 9 implementing ordinances include proposed minor changes to Chapter 1705 subdivisions to reflect the SB 9 requirements for the city's review and approval of SB 9 urban lot splits, and a new chapter in the zoning code with objective development standards to regulate the implementation of SB 9 projects. The proposed Title 17 amendments are generally, I would say, minor administrative changes to align our subdivision process with SB 9 and the new chapter 18-1305 that we're proposing. And they include a delegation of authority for approval of lot splits to the city engineer so that we can maintain the ministerial review process, and a statement that SB 9 projects are not subject to public right-of-way dedications to align with SB 9. Next slide, please. So this slide illustrates I would say, a unique characteristic for how SB 9 regulations will be applied. The blue area represents the standard buildable area on a lot in the R1 district. As you can see, so it has the standard 20-foot front setback, 5-foot side setback, and 20-foot rear setbacks that we have in our R1 code. The orange area represents an additional portion of the lot that becomes buildable, developable under SB 9, which grants that a project that's taking advantage of SB 9 can have a reduced side yard and rear yard setback 4 feet. So the standards that we can put forward in our ordinance are applied in this in a little bit complicated way. The first is that parking standards in the draft ordinance would apply to both the blue and the orange areas, and thus apply to all projects. Other standards apply based on whether the proposal is entirely within the standard R1 building envelope or not. If an SB 9 project is proposed entirely within the R1 envelope, the blue rectangle, then only the R1 standards apply. If an SB 9 project has any portion proposed outside of the R1 envelope within the orange rectangle, the additional SB 9 development standards apply to the entire building. For a building entirely within the R1 building envelope, none of the additional SB 9 development standards, such as privacy or neighborhood compatibility that we're going to discuss, would apply. However, an applicant can request a waiver from any development standard that they can argue would preclude the development of up to 2 units of at least 800 square feet each. Next slide, please. So our next 3 slides summarize the key issues addressed within the proposed ordinances, and they, as mentioned, incorporate or include the recommendations of the Planning Commission as they're being brought forward. So the first issue is limitations on the size of a unit that could be built under SB 9. The minimum size stated here, 220 square feet, is basically the requirement of the building code to have a habitable unit. The SB 9 project is proposed outside of the R1 building envelope would be subject to the 1,000 square foot maximum unit size as proposed in the draft ordinance if the council approves this ordinance. The city would establish a maximum SB 9 unit size as small as the city could establish a smaller one as small as 800 square feet and still be consistent with SB 9, which says that you must allow at least 800 square feet. But the recommendation is for 1,000 square feet that's been discussed, and it provides some flexibility in how SB 9 is utilized. Relative to parking, SB 9 says at most the city can require 1 parking space per unit, but the city may not, and then also the city may not require any parking if the project site is within a half-mile of transit. So each project will first be evaluated to determine if 1 or no spaces are required based on their location. When an SB 9 site is required to provide parking, and generally per the city's code, that parking must be covered either in a garage or carport and be located outside of the front yard area. The Planning Commission recommended allowing required parking to be uncovered and on a driveway in the front yard when a lot is too small to accommodate covered parking for the SB9 units. Rather than establish a specific lot size for this purpose, the Planning Commission didn't define a specific lot size and sort of deferred that to staff. Staff, in doing our evaluation, have concluded that the SB9 waiver process would provide adequate means to determine if, in fact, a lot is small enough that use of an uncovered parking space should be allowed to meet this requirement. So that's just, so generally for lots that are not within a half mile of transit, we would be requiring the one parking space. But if that would constrain the size of the unit so that you could not achieve 800 square foot, that parking space may be moved into the uncovered area in the driveway in the front setback. Next slide, please. Next, the proposed ordinance would address privacy concerns when any portion of an SB9 building is proposed outside of the R1 building envelope. These additional privacy and neighborhood compatibility standards would apply. And these include a 1-story 16-foot height limit within the rear 15 feet of the lot, consistent with standards that we have for accessory dwelling units in the publicly available draft zoning code update. So that's something that's been in the works for some time. That's a standard that we've developed through the community process for ADUs, and we think it's logical to apply it here as well for development within the rear 15 feet of the lot. Also, there's a requirement in the proposed ordinance tonight that upper story egress windows would not be allowed to face adjacent properties, and that non-egress windows that do must be high, clear story or opaque windows to help preserve and address privacy. Also, there's a maximum depth allowed of 4 feet for balconies. And this is consistent with a standard that the city has in our residential design guidelines, but with the ordinance would become codified as an objective standard. Relative to neighborhood compatibility, the proposed ordinance would require for units within 30 feet of a street that the main entrance door or entry porch be oriented toward the street and be located no more than 5 feet behind the frontmost wall of the unit. Also, if an SB9 project includes a garage that is located within 30 feet of a street with a garage door that faces the street, the maximum width for the garage is 40% of the lot width. For example, on a 60-foot wide lot, that would be a maximum garage width of 24 feet, or on a 30-foot wide lot, a maximum width of 12 feet. The proposed ordinance also includes a limitation on the minimum amount of the front yard that is landscaped area rather than paved. And while staff had initially proposed that 60% of the front yard be required to be landscaped, after deliberation, the Planning Commission recommended changing the minimum front yard landscaping from 60% to 50% to provide more flexibility for SB9 lots to accommodate parking on a driveway in the front yard if needed. So that's been incorporated into the draft ordinance. Staff supports that change. Next slide, please. The proposed ordinance, also based on recommendation of the Planning Commission, includes a solar access requirement. And a solar access requirement is one that would protect solar access for neighboring properties in a manner similar to what is required from the State Solar Shade Control Act by prohibiting the casting of a shadow over more than 10% of a solar collector on a neighboring property at any one time between the hours of 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. And so this is a means to protect the viability of the solar panels, the solar collector that someone might have on an adjacent property. So the illustrations on this slide show examples of a cross-section of a rear yard to rear yard scenario on top and a side yard to side yard scenario on the bottom. In each section, the red line represents the height of a new proposed construction at a 4-foot setback is typically allowed under SB9. The yellow line represents the sun angle, and the blue line, the area of shading caused by the new construction. The angle of the sun in this illustration is the lowest angle of the sun throughout the year, which occurs at 10 a.m. on December 21st. So this is sort of a worst case scenario. In the top image, the shadow in that example would not impact the neighbor's solar panels. We do this analysis and we can determine that there would not be causing any shade to fall on the solar collectors there. In the lower image, it is seen that it would impact approximately 50% of the solar panels, and thus it would exceed the 10% maximum in the proposed ordinance. And then this would be a constraint that could be applied to the new SB9 development and require it be shifted or designed in such a way as to not impact the solar panels. Next slide, please. In addition to the modifications previously mentioned and incorporated by staff into the recommended zoning code objective standards, the Planning Commission also discussed and recommended that the city explore the possibility of an affordability housing requirement and incentives to increase the production of affordable housing units through SB9. As background information, we note that smaller units or ADUs are often rented at rates just through the market forces that are actually comparable to the affordable rates required for affordable housing units that are under some kind of rent control. And that's, we've known, we did recently, the county, we participated in a county-wide effort to conduct a survey of ADUs, and that on a county-wide basis found that approximately a third are actually rented at rates comparable to the very low income affordability category, a third comparable to the low income category, and a third at the moderate, with the remaining 10% at what we call above moderate rates. So we see that really the majority of ADUs are already just through the market coming in at rents that are comparable to affordable units. So that's the background information. I would also note that affordability is not addressed in the proposed ordinances that the council is being asked to consider tonight, but is instead something that the council can potentially provide direction to staff in tonight's action. Because the city's current affordable housing ordinance exempts single-family residences, duplexes, and ADUs, this would be a change in current policy and practices if the city were to move forward with some kind of affordability requirement for SB9 projects, which are falling into that kind of category of single-family residents and ADUs. As described in our report to the council could direct staff to add an affordability requirement for every second unit, which would be the most stringent requirement, or for projects that are producing 3 or 4 units at a lower percentage, or look at some sort of in lieu fee. Alternatively, the council could suggest some sort of incentive program if that's the will of the council. Either of those approaches would result in some significant administrative work and costs for the city, as the homeowner would be required through such a requirement to enter into a formal agreement that would be administered by staff, and our current process approved by council. We'd have to look at that and see if that conforms. But there would, in any case, be quite a bit of process added. On the other hand, as mentioned, since the units tend to be affordable by design already based on actual rent data, the city I just would note that the city may already be able to count the units produced through SB9 as affordable under the reporting requirements for the state that we do on an annual basis in terms of our housing element compliance. So the city council directs staff to return with an affordable housing inclusionary requirement for SB9 units. Staff also recommends that we first prepare an economic feasibility analysis to show that the requirement would not be a barrier to implementation of SB9. If the council determines at this time not to impose an affordability requirement on SB9 units, then staff recommends that we return with an amendment to Chapter 1740, the city's affordable housing ordinance, to clarify that SB9 units are also exempt along with the other ones that were mentioned. Next slide, please. So staff is thus recommending that the council approve amendments to Title 17 and 18 of the Municipal Code as described, and provide direction to staff regarding a potential amendment to the city's affordable housing ordinance. With that, staff is available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. Yeah, I really like the reduction in frontage parking, so to 50%. I also like the solar shading rule. I would like to sort of think about how to do the affordable housing. It seems to me that I don't want to, for multifamily, we're always asking for what's called income data from the tenants, and we're asking for the affordability. There's a lot of paperwork that goes on with that. And we know that if a unit is going to be 220 square feet, it's by design going to be affordable. So can we perhaps just say that if a unit is more than, say, 800 square feet, that the builder or the homeowner would just pay an in lieu fee for the affordable and be done with that, and that thereafter there will be no more paperwork? Is there something that could be done like that to guarantee that we do generate more affordable housing?
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Andrew, I made a lot of notes, and when I read this, I read over several times. It was a little difficult to, the way the report was written, to separate what was required by the SB 9, and I did see the suggestions by the Planning Commission, and then what you were suggesting, because I read over the recommendation and it wasn't super clear. So I just want to make that note, but I will say then it looks like it's part of the requirement for 4 feet setback, which is a little worrisome. I'm wondering if the fire department has weighed in on that, or is that just part of the requirements coming through SB 9? What about a lot that is smaller than the standard lot, which is, standard lot is 60,000 square feet? I'm not real clear how SB 9 handles that. When you say half a mile from any transit, is that as the crow flies, and does that mean any bus route, any train system, whether there's a station or not? Because depending on how you're going to look at that, any transit and not having to have parking, that would be most of the city. I would agree with the affordable just because of the sheer size, and the last thing we want to do is make this more onerous for a small, I mean, we're just splitting lots is what we're doing. We're splitting R1 lots. So at least what I've seen, and in the past we've called them mother-in-law units. And the idea is, what if someone is not even, if it's a family member and they're not even charging rent? I mean, why are we going to, I'm not certain what we would gain from getting into the ministerial part of that. And that's what I'd like answers to. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Crabtree, for the report. And I also want to thank Planning Commission's feedback and the suggestions on this one. I think they did a very good deliberation on that. My first question is, Director Crabtree, you mentioned about the garage door facing the street. You know, some of the garages are in the back of the yard, and they may not be facing the street side, and they may be facing perpendicular to the street, basically. Are those permitted? Will those be permitted or not? My second question is regarding the solar panel. suggestions about the California Solar Shade Control Act, basically. So does the adjacent property has to have solar panels at the time when somebody is trying to utilize SB 9 for their property? Or it will be whether they have the solar panel or no solar panel, they will still be obligated to follow the rules. And my second question on this one is, how do we determine where the solar panel position is? Somebody can place right on the top of the edge of the building, of the house, or somebody can place it pretty down on the side of the house. So how do we, that angle will make a lot of difference basically when we the placement of solar panels out there. Those are my questions, and I do think that for affordability component, I think we need to look into more data and more suggestions how we can implement that if that is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Andrew Crabtree, for the report. And also thank you to the Planning Commission. I appreciate all the work that they do, and I really actually love the recommendations that they were providing. And I watched that meeting too to hear what they had to say. But my question is about the affordability factor. I kind of heard it, and I think maybe Councilmember Jane, or Vice Mayor Jane touched on it, but will we be disturbing the law of SB 9 if we try to have some kind of affordable housing ordinance be in it? Is that, I guess that's kind of my biggest concern.
Thank you. Anyone else? So I have a question, Director Crabtree. Is there any other communities that you know of that have the affordable ordinance on the granny units? And what would it take to study that? Because the last thing in the world I want to see is people being discouraged and have a barrier to SB 9 because of the requirements for that. So I think it defeats the entire purpose. So I would just need a little more information on that. So I think that's the end of our questions. So whenever you're ready, Director Crabtree, hopefully you captured those, or your staff.
Yes, thank you. I think I have most of them. If I missed something, please let me know and I'll circle back. So the first question was from Vice Mayor Jane regarding could we structure the affordability requirement to be an in-lieu fee that kicks in only for units greater than 800 square feet. And I think then the mayor also asked about the affordability requirement. Would that be, could we look at what other communities are doing? So since we're tonight just seeking direction from the council on potentially returning with an ordinance, I would first say that we would do that research around assisting other communities, around other communities as part of when we return tonight. I'm not immediately aware of anyone that has implemented something like that, although it does look like maybe Los Altos Hills, Sonoma, Beverly Hills have done something along those lines, but I would have to look further into what that is. And then the question about would it be potentially in conflict with SB 9? That's part of the reason why staff has recommended that there be some kind of economic feasibility analysis done. It wouldn't necessarily need to be a long drawn out one, but we would want to have some basis for saying that we had had evidence or a study that supported that whatever the city ends up requiring is not going to be in conflict with the intent of SB 9 of allowing these units. So I think that's something that would be important to do if we proceed along that direction. Regarding the 4-foot setback requirement, I mean, that's something that is in SB 9 that we must allow that setback. So that's not something the city has any latitude. The building code can allow, or fire code can allow lesser setbacks than that. There are building separation requirements based on the amount of separation, different types of construction kick in. And the way SB 9 is written, the building official has the ability to say no if something is in conflict with the building code or would create a life safety hazard under SB 9. So that is addressed already, but generally 4-foot setback is not going to cause a problem in terms of building code or fire code requirements. If you have 2 units, you have 8-foot separation. That's generally pretty easy to address. Question about smaller lots, how this would apply. So SB 9 directs that this can work on lots as small as 1,200 square feet. And that's set in the ordinance. So we have to abide by that. The question about transit, it's measured in walking distance. So even if there's transit by as the crow flies, but there's no way to get there within easy walking distance, which is a half mile, then it doesn't count. So yeah, potentially a significant amount of the city is within distance of a rail station, or generally transit for bus service requires a fairly high degree of frequency of bus service. And so it kind of fluctuates depending on what service the VTA is currently providing. But it's a significant portion of the city, but there's also still a significant portion that doesn't meet those criteria. Then, so some questions about our goals around ADUs and what their purpose is. There's really separate state law that is enabling ADUs that where our code is in conformance with, and the SB 9 was kind of set up to layer on top of that requirement. So again, we're really just following direction here, and it's not up to us too much to think about what the intent is. We just have to look at what state law says we must do and what we are able to do, and then that's what we're bringing forward tonight, is an ordinance that provides some local control around things that we think reflect our local desires about compatibility and so forth, while also being consistent with state law. The question about the garage doors, the standard that's being proposed only applies to a unit that has a garage door that's facing the street. So if there is a garage door interior to the unit lot in some fashion on the side or in the rear part, not visible to the street within that distance, then it would not be subject to the requirement. The requirement is really just for that sort of neighborhood compatibility as you go up and down the street in a neighborhood. You don't have a garage door dominant facade condition. You still have a reasonable amount of the facade that's dedicated to the main entry to the unit that's facing the street. Sort of a traditional neighborhood look. And the question about solar panels, the requirement would apply to existing solar panels. So if adjacent resident has solar panels in place, that's where it would apply, and we would be able to review where those are located. I think that the intent there is that if someone comes in later to add solar panels, they would be able to work, it would be on them then to design in a way that those panels are functional and put them on a different face of the roof or something is necessary. And let's see, I think that addresses the questions that were raised. Let me know if I missed something.
Councilmember Becker, your name is up. Did you? No. Okay. I think that did answer the questions. If everyone's satisfied, it's a public hearing, so I'm going to go to the public. There's nobody in the chambers right now, but do we have any public members, Assistant City Clerk, that would like to speak on this issue?
There are no hands, Mayor, and I have no written comment.
May I please have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
Motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. And do I have a motion from the council? What was that? Oh, I see only Councilmember Becker.
I don't see it either.
That's all I see. That's all
might
I
have
have.
swapped the position.
What's that?
Councilman Anthony doesn't have it.
Did you swap iPads by chance? No. Okay. I don't know. Your hand's up and yours isn't. So Vice Mayor Jane, go ahead. I mean, you see it, right?
So, Director Crabtree, I wasn't exactly sure about recommendation number 5. What kind of direction do you want? Do you want that we have to do some sort of nexus study, or what are you looking for there? Should we just say, look at, we don't want you to look at all the options, you know, that would be too much time.
So I think, the council, if the will of the council is that we look at including or proposing an affordability requirement, that you acknowledge that we would do some kind of feasibility analysis as part of that. And if per your earlier question, you wanted to propose that it be an in lieu fee that applies to units greater than, or square footage above 800 square feet on a unit, then we would explore that and return with that as action for council. We had also identified the alternative of basically directing us just to update the existing housing ordinance, affordable housing ordinance, to clarify that SB 9 projects were not subject. So that would be kind of the alternative, or something else if the council has other direction.
Yeah, because my main goal is to reduce the amount of paperwork and reporting that the homeowners have to do. I don't want them to have to do annual reporting of what the income, the income of their tenants is. So,
yeah, in that case, I mean, the in lieu fee would definitely be easier to administer than some kind of requirement that actually has a restriction placed upon units that they be maintained as affordable.
okay.
What is the significance of 800 square feet? Vice Mayor Jane, you said 800 square feet. Did you just pull that number out? Like, what is the significance of that?
Director Crabtree mentioned that a 220 square foot unit would clearly be affordable because you could never command the rents.
I get all that,
and
but
so-
you said 800, so was that?
I was thinking that possibly 800 would be that line, but it could be 600.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what the line is.
What are the average sizes of our, I call them granny units, the ADUs? What are the average? Do they typically go over 800 square feet? Director Crabtree?
I am certainly aware of examples that have gone over 800 square feet. I don't have the number for the average in front of me. I would note, though, that one advantage of perhaps using 800 square feet is that when we circle back to the intent of SB 9, that we not be creating barriers that would make it difficult for someone to build up to 800 square feet. It could help us in that argument by noting that our fee only applies to units larger than 800 square feet.
No, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I just want to, I think that adding, affordability on affordable units is counterproductive. So I'm okay with the 800 square feet. I just,
The maximum, I should note too, the maximum for ADUs currently is 1,200 square feet. So, we do see ADUs.
that seems reasonable, 800. Do you have a motion, Vice Mayor Jane?
I would like to recommend adopting alternatives 1, 4, and 5, but 5 should be bring back recommendations for including affordability and to try to work to try to minimize the paperwork and reporting from the owners. and possibly to look at in lieu fees for units greater than 800 square feet as one option.
Is there a second? All right, we have a motion and a second on that, and I'm going to ask the Assistant City Clerk if she was able to, when she's ready, able to capture that.
Staff recommendation alternative 1, 4, and 5. 5 is to include, bring back recommendation including affordability requirement and to work to minimize paperwork and reporting from homeowners and look at in lieu fees.
And where's the 800 square feet?
That was just a recommendation in lieu's for whatever staff wants to do.
Staff have that? Assistant City Attorney, you the interim.
I have the motion, but I want to be clear that it's not include, but 5 should consist of.
It doesn't, it's not included, but it's going to be recommendations brought back for 5. So we're going to bring, they're going to bring back recommendations on 5.
Okay.
So it doesn't,
Yeah, because 5 is just to direct staff.
yeah,
to
it's not
bring back.
included in the ordinance, but their recommendations are going to come back
Yeah.
on affordability recommendations for ADUs.
I just wanted to clarify that because the recommendation 5 was to study SB 9 projects to the types of development subject to an affordable housing fee.
Mm-hmm.
The clerk's statement was that it would include what Vice Mayor Jane also added. So it wouldn't be on top of what's already listed. It would, in essence, replace what's already listed. So the motion would be 1, 4, and 5. 5 should consist of essentially substitute for what's listed as 5. Bring back recommendations for including affordability to try to minimize paperwork and reporting from the homeowners, and possibly to look at in lieu fees for units greater than 800 square feet.
Well, the current ordinance the city ordinance excludes duplexes and single-family from affordable. So we would have to fold that into the affordable. I think that's what 5 is saying.
But they're going to bring back recommendations. So we're still going to discuss it. Yeah. Right. We're not passing it in there right now.
No, correct.
Okay.
It's staff's coming back with it. But I wanted to be clear what they were coming back with.
Director Crabtree, are you with us? Do you know
Yes.
what we're trying to do? Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
The
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, it's getting late. I'm just checking. I meant, are you with us? Are you following what we're doing? Not, are you with us? I see you. Okay. All right.
So just to clarify and make sure I captured what the attorney mentioned, staff recommendation, alternative 1, 4, and 5. 5 is staff to bring back recommendations to consist of affordability requirement, work to minimize paperwork and reporting from the homeowners, and look at in lieu fees for units greater than 800 square feet.
Okay. Motion second by Councilmember Becker. All right. I still only have Councilmember Becker's name on here, so
Let me try raising my hand.
it's there. Hasn't left.
You took it
I
off.
took it down.
Oh, it's still here. Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, and thank you, Director Crabtree. I'm going to ask the council if we could continue item 10, consideration of Silicon Valley Power quarterly update. We have a few more items, and I would like that it be brought back at a council meeting where we can do it earlier in the evening so that our public can participate in that. So whether it's the next meeting next week, if it's on, or after the break. Whatever.
You need a
Can I
motion?
have- Yes, please.
I'll make a motion that we continue item number 10 to the meeting after 7:12.
I'll second that.
Yeah, so we can get it on earlier in the agenda. So we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
So we're deferring item 10 to August 16th? Or
whatever
July
staff can
12th.
get us on
Whatever stuff.
Okay.
earlier in the agenda.
Flexibility, that's fine.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, next we have authorize, item number 8, authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute amendment number 3 to the agreement for design services with Balici and Associates, if I said that right, Inc., and associated budget amendment for the Loyalton property. City manager?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. You discussed this item on June 7th, and you had directed us to come back with an estimate to secure the property with proper fencing and demolition of buildings. So that's where Bellucci and Associates comes in. Without taking the thunder away from Director of SVP, I'll ask Manuel to make a brief presentation.
Thank you. Is Manuel with us? No, he's gone because I just sent him away. Is there anyone else? If not?
No, he's there. He should be there. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
We thought we sent you away. All right,
Oh
Manuel.
gosh, no, you know,
Thanks.
I was so disappointed by my quarterly report, I almost left.
We thought you did.
I know. I'm like, oh my gosh, they do. I am here.
Your
You know
staff
what?
did.
I apologize. I believe I was
no.
on mute. But good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Pleasure to be here tonight. And I just have a few slides for you tonight.
Okay, thanks.
So, you know, I think from a background perspective, obviously, I think we've spoken about Loyalton quite a bit over the last few months. You know where it's at, over 10,000 acres in Northern California. And the buildings at Loyalton were under design to be demolished. When we had the 2020 fire, we had a contract amendment to actually change the plans to account for that fire. And also because the fending was just demolished and destroyed as part of the fire. We delayed consideration of that contract amendment for almost 6 months because we expected there was going to be a discussion on the sale of the property. As you remember, there was a lot of items on the agendas. The discussion was delayed for about 6 months. We came back to you in about September 2021. We said, oh, let's bring this contract amendment forward because the discussion had been delayed. At that point, the council did not approve the contract amendment for Loyalton, only approved the contract amendment to design the buildings for demolition for Benicio. On June 7th, you know, there's quite a few things happened between September and June, but coming back to June 7th, council did approve a resolution of notice of availability for Loyalton to proceed with the sale of that, and we're progressing on that front. And you also directed staff to bring back that amendment we had presented to you back in September for the remediation, demolition, and fencing design for the Loyalton property. From a design perspective, I want to spend a little time on this. We have a summary of the design for services. We have the aerial survey and construction estimate for the fence, a little bit over $41,000. The remediation, demolition review and cost estimate, a little bit over $18,000. To actually put together a bid and spec plan, and that's kind of actually taken from that conceptual design to actually something a contractor can bid on. That's a little bit over $70,000. We have a contingency for unanticipated items, which usually will happen on a project like this. And the total cost is $173,000, a little bit over that. I do want to note that approximately $63,000 is for the services we require to develop the cost estimate. So we need to do some conceptual engineering, we need to fly the site, and then actually get an engineer's estimate that would give us a general idea of how much the construction or demolition would be for the project. And then the way we've set it up is we have about $110,000 for optional services that would be moving forward to actually get a plan and spec package for bidding purposes. The plan would be that staff would review the cost estimates and we would communicate with council prior to moving to plans and specs. As you know, with what's happening in Loyalton, I expect to have a number of opportunities to talk to you as to where we're at in the process. And I still want to note once again that this cost does not include construction. Any future construction and or demolition contract should require council approval, should be above that amount. So with that, our recommendation, it is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute the amendment number 3. I'm not going to read all of this for you. I think this is very similar to what we had in September for you. As you know, at that time, staff did express concern about the condition that the property is in, and we'd like to understand what it would take to get into a better condition. In addition to that, we don't know how long the sale of the property will take. And also, we believe it would be good information to have as part of the sale, how much it would cost to remediate the site and also to be able to provide some access control. So we are recommending proceeding with it with the caveat in mind that we want to get that at around $65,000 or so. We want to get the cost estimate for what it would take for to actually do the work before we proceed spending additional money on the bids and specs. That concludes staff presentation. And as noted, we just wanted to bring this back to you per your request at the previous council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Pineda. Are there any questions from council on this? I only have Councilmember Becker's hand up. Councilmember Becker?
I have to use these lights.
Those lights, if you notice, there's no light board anymore. But here, but we're not going backwards, Vice Mayor Jane. We're going forward. It's technology. Forget that. Councilmember Becker? All right, Vice Mayor Jane, go ahead. I'm sorry, it's getting late.
Thank you, Director Pineda. Can you talk about the time frame for the Surplus Land Act and explain to me why we have to do this now? What is the urgency? And then finally, do we currently have somebody grazing there?
Yes. Oh, sorry. I know we don't know if there's any additional questions before.
Yeah, we're going to go through the questions. Yeah. Okay, Councilmember Hardy, just raise your hand if you have questions.
We're going to go old school and just
there
raise
you go. I see you, Councilmember Hardy now. I went out and came back in.
I want to make certain I understand why this is necessary for the to further the sale. That's what I want to be clear on. Thank you.
All right. Any other council members? My thing works here. No? No? All right. Go ahead, Director Pineda.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you for the questions. I do want to note that we brought this item back per council request. Staff was not anticipating to bring this item back. The reasons why staff would recommend proceeding with it again is the same reasons we had in September when we brought this initially. We're concerned about the condition of the site. Obviously, I think some of the council members have been there now. We've shown some pictures. The buildings do need to be cleaned up, what's left over, as well as there's some conditions that we're uncomfortable with. In addition to that, we would like to manage the access. So we're concerned about it, and we're same concerns we had at the time. Regarding urgency, I would say that we're at the same position we were in September. We were not proposing to bring this back as council had given us direction, but we brought it back upon your request. And from my professional standpoint, I would give my recommendation again that cleaning up the site or understanding what it would take to clean up the site would be good. From an urgency perspective, obviously, we lost our construction cycle, right, for this year. Any work that we do at this point would not occur till next year, likely after winter, just because of the conditions that occur at that location during winter. So we lost the construction cycle. As an example, the Benicia project is currently under bid. So we already put it out to bid. The bid closes in a few weeks, and we'll be able to get that work before the end of the calendar year. Whether we need this as part of the sale or not. Oh, actually, let me take a step back. Where are we on the Surplus Land Act process? So the notice went out. We have 60 days after the notices go out to see if we have any proposals or any offers on the property. If there are any offers on the property, then we'll have to take another 90 days of negotiation. So that would be 60 plus 90 for 150 days to determine if there's an offer that the council would be interested in. And after that, we would have to come back to council with that offer. If we don't get any offers within those 60 days, then at that point, we would have to put an RFP out, develop that RFP, then put an RFP out to help us hire a realtor. The realtor would have to market the property. We'll have a period of time while we market the property, and then we would have to come back to council if there are any offers for your consideration. So we're probably talking about, if you look at just the Surplus Land Act, let's go with that for now. It would be, around 60 days plus 90 days, 150 days. If we go to 60 days and then have to come back with an RFP and hire a realtor and a contract, probably being around that same time frame as well, depending on how long it takes before we get offers. So from our perspective, it's very similar to how we were at in September. We do think there are some issues with the site we'd like to correct. The question about selling it as is, or why we need to correct this before we sell the property, it's really a policy decision. From my perspective, I think understanding what the cost would be to actually get rid of the buildings and provide some access control with additional fencing is probably something that would be helpful during negotiations, even if we don't put it out to bid. It's information that if I was on the other side, I'd probably be interested to know as I'm making an offer on the property, but certainly it could wait and we could just say it's as is and kind of move forward with, see what we get as part of those proposals. We do have a grazing contract that they are out there. They have not requested additional fencing at this time. They could request that to help manage the cattle and everything else, but at this point they haven't done that, and that grazing contract's still effective. So I think that answers all the questions. As I said, we brought this item based per your request, and just giving you the same perspective I provided in September when we were here with the initial amendments.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Do I have a motion? We asked for this. Oh, you just did that. You did it when I wasn't looking. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Pineda, for the report. And I agree, I was the one who asked for this thing, bring it back for that matter. And I got some fair idea. And looking at the timeline and the process we are in, I would hesitate to spend the amount of money being proposed, especially if we can do as is sale, we can try to save these dollars basically. So I can make a motion that we note and file this thing, and if we need to bring it back. Otherwise, let's continue with the process we are doing for the Surplus Land Act and what's the next step on that.
Okay, so
that will be my recommendation.
I understand that motion makes no sense because this came in September. I wanted to protect the property, clear the property, fence it, do all the things. This council voted no to do that. So then just recently, we decided to bring it back again, and we directed staff to bring it back to us. And now you're saying, but we don't want to do this now. Yeah. So they just wasted all this time bringing it back. I don't understand. Yeah. Why are we not moving ahead? Didn't we just direct them to bring this back to us exactly a couple weeks ago? This is a complete, waste of time. Why did we bring it back then? Why did this council vote to bring it back? We knew that you were going to sell the property, so why have them bring this back? I'm asking. Okay. Because you just voted, you made a motion to note and file, so.
Right. So I wanted to have a fresh eye, what are the options? How much are we trying to, this one, we are going anywhere from 170 to almost 400K basically, right? And I just wanted to have all these ideas, this is what we are getting into if we want to get that thing done. And I got an idea, this is, if we are going through the Surplus Land Act and it's being declared surplus, and if we have an offer as is, I think this is a saving of the money. And as Director Pineda mentioned, this is nothing urgent. Like it has been sitting for some time, and we can wait if the council so desires that. If we want to see what are the offers after the Surplus Land Act things passes, basically formalities are completed, and that's the reason. I do agree. I asked for it, and I'm not comfortable giving that amount of money for getting this site improved, where I think I don't think that will add value to sell that property, and we'll get much more return on the investment we are trying to make on that. That's the reason I'm saying that.
Mayor, if I could add
Yes.
something to that. Yeah, just a couple of notes. So at this point, all we have as an estimate is the $170,000. And as I mentioned, we would spend a little bit over $60,000 to do the conceptual engineering and get us the engineering cost estimates to see how much the work would be for the fencing and how much the work would be for the building and the cleanup and to complete the demolitions. I just want to note, kind of because I do remember from September that as a staff, we have recommended understanding what it would take to clean it up, and we have recommended cleaning it up. We have been concerned about the condition the site's in, outside of the sale, how long that's going to take. And, once again, it's just my professional responsibility to tell you again, as I did in September, that we have been uncomfortable leaving the site as is. Ultimately, it's a policy decision to proceed and keep it in the current condition and sell it as is. And we can move forward with that as we had moved forward in September. But I do just, since we are at the meeting, I want to note those concerns again and make sure I'm expressing those to the council. I know some of the council members, when we were here a couple of weeks ago, were surprised at the condition of the facility and saw it firsthand. So I just want to note that we have been concerned about that. We were concerned about it in September. We expressed that. Definitely was a policy decision. But since we're here again, I want to make sure that from our perspective, understanding what it would take to do the work in case that sale takes a long time or it doesn't take a long time, and just understanding what it would take to clean up the site would still be, it's still staff's recommendation, of course, but fully understand that that's a policy decision.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Manuel, because we talked about this in September. We talked about this a couple weeks ago. It has nothing to do with the sale. It's just securing the property, making sure there's no liability there. We had a fire there. Things need to be cleared out. That should be fenced off. Anybody would do this with their own property. We should be doing it with our public property, regardless of where it is in the sale process. And the sale could take 6 months. The sale could take 6 years. We don't even know. So that has nothing to do with our responsibility for clearing that property. But we already had this discussion. This is now the third time. So Councilmember Park, followed by Vice Mayor Jane.
Just a note, I didn't actually vote to sell the property. I wasn't actually shocked by the appearance of the property either. In fact, when I visited there, I was looked actually better than I imagined. I also know that one of the reasons that our property burned, the other properties didn't burn, is because no one was living on our property, and they decided, I think quite well, the risk versus the reward was to save the properties that people were living in, and to let the properties that had no occupants, especially since the dwelling was not well maintained, let that burn. And I think that it does make sense that council would want to know what work would need to be done to prepare the property and how much it would cost. And I think that now that we know how much it would cost and we understand the process better, that now I think Councilmember Shahal is quite right, that we are considering whether or not the effort is worth the cost. And I think that this consideration was worth the time, even if ultimately we come to the same decisions that we had a couple of months ago. But at this time, these are informed decisions. So I think that this process makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you. I just don't want to hear this a fourth time. So Vice Mayor Jane.
Yeah, I appreciate the work that staff did. That's now sunk, but now we're looking at pouring more money after this problem. I would like to separate out your concerns about cleaning up the site versus the fencing. could we do one half of the project instead of the whole thing? I know it's going to cost $40,000 to aerially survey the fence, but since somebody's grazing there already and he's not losing, he or she is not losing their cattle, I'm going to assume that the fencing is mostly there. So can you try to separate out the two and what your concerns are?
Councilmember Becker? Your hand is up, right? Okay.
It's up this time.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, I agree with what Councilmember Chahal is saying, Councilmember Park is saying. We directed staff to basically come back with some options, what it's going to cost, because at that time when we were discussing it, we didn't have any numbers, we didn't have any statistics right in front of us. So this is providing it. But I agree with the mayor that, I do want to have this as a secure site. I agree with Vice Mayor Jane that I do want to have the site cleaned up because my worries was liabilities, especially somebody might go up on our property. But then there's the concerns about the grazing too. So I could see where everybody stands right now on the council. I agree with all of you. But this was actually just, I think what I wanted was just a report back of these are the costs, these are the alternatives, which actually says it right there, the alternatives of what we can and can't do. And what those costs would be. So I appreciate all the work that staff did to get these numbers because then it gives us a better picture of what we can do with our fiduciary duty. So thank you, appreciate that.
All right, so there was a motion to note and file. Was there a second? I can't remember. Was there a second?
Could I get an answer from Director Panetta about separating out the...
I guess there was no second. Director Pineda?
Sure. Yeah, so we did develop the scope of work, and as I noted in the presentation, we did separate the cost for the fencing and did separate the cost for the fire damage and site remediation. And let me pull that. I won't pull it up on screen again, but I will pull it up for myself. And I got a note that this wouldn't be the exact same cost. So the aerial survey and construction estimate for the fence was about $41,000. And I do want to note that the fencing is important to the staff still because outside of the grazing, access control, we want to make sure we can maintain the access. Obviously, it's a huge site, so you maintain access everywhere, but where it makes sense, we would like to make sure we have the appropriate fencing. The remediation, demolition, review, and cost estimate is about $20,000, and those are broken up. And then we had a bid and spec package of about $70,000 for the whole thing. So if council is interested in just understanding the cost, I don't have an exact number for you because once you start decreasing scope, right, things don't align perfectly. But if council is interested in just trying to get a cost estimate of the demolition and cleanup and remediation of the site, excluding the access control with the fencing, I probably would say that I would want you to maybe just authorize a contract amendment for about $40,000 or so. And we would work with the contractor to kind of, with the designer to take those plans, those conceptual plans far enough along just to make sure we have a reasonable engineer's estimate to inform you as to what it would take to cost to clean up the site. So that wouldn't get you a full bid package for it, but at least would give you a general idea of the scope of work conceptually, as well as an engineer cost estimate. I'm using the $40,000 number just based on the 20 grand that we have to actually do that work. And I'm doubling it just because we're not doing a lot of the other work, and that's typically how scopes work. I just can't pull one number and say it's exactly the 18,000. We would try to minimize it. And of course, if that's what council goes with, we would come back at some point and communicate with you what we think the cost estimate would be to clean up the site. So that's probably what I would say around 40,000 would probably get us there to fully understand the scope and cost to do that work.
That would be my recommendation.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion, is to authorize up to $40,000 to do the design work for the cleanup of the site that burned, the house that burned.
And just for clarification purposes, Vice Mayor, it's not the full 100% design, it's the conceptual design and engineer's estimate work. I want to make sure that when I come back to you with not a full design packet, you're not disappointed.
Sure, yeah.
I'll second that.
So with this motion, we won't have to come back again for the money part, because it will change again. So I just want to make sure, Director Pineda, this gets you going on another estimate.
Yeah, if the council, if I come back with information about the cost to clean up the site and the council would like to proceed with that, yes, I will have to come back with another amendment.
Oh, okay.
To do this, so I will have to develop another report.
Okay.
My preference would be for me to just go with staff recommendation with my commitment that I won't proceed with any work beyond that, the additional work just to understand the remediation and demolition work, and that would come back before I spend any more money on it, so we can have that discussion. But obviously, we can always put another report together and come back to you for additional authority.
That's what I would like, is what he just said.
Staff recommendation?
Only for the remediation part.
For the 40,000.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Can I just read this back?
What's that? Who? Oh. I don't see your hand.
I don't have anything to put my
You gotta
hands
go
on.
like this.
No, I know we did this last time, Nora. If you help for me on the motion, I can help you with it. I think I got it.
Mayor, in the big scheme of things, whether you authorize 40,000 tonight or 60,000, I would recommend going with the 60,000 approach. Look at the fencing, look at the cleanup, and we are just creating the estimates at this time. We're not doing any design work. So, access control, et cetera. At least we have full information in that case. And then you can make a decision after that. That's my suggestion.
I agree with you 1,000%. So, maker of the motion?
Okay, I withdraw my motion and just go with staff's recommendation.
Hallelujah. Okay, is there a second on that?
I'll second that. If it was for 60,000, or you said for the whole full 173?
Well, let me clarify. The staff recommendation is 173. That's the total consultant estimate for the design work, including plans and specs. We are not doing plans and specs. We will only do I'll call it phase one.
Okay.
About $60,000 worth of investment in creating estimates for the fencing and cleanup.
Yes,
And for council, just so you know, we specifically wrote the scope with the plans and specs as optional services. So you have that flexibility. So because we knew you probably would want to have that conversation, and we want to make sure it was clear to the consultant that that's work they might not do, depending on what kind of costs and what that timeline is.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Yes.
Assistant City Clerk? Oh. Okay, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear, because I believe that Vice Mayor Jane's original motion was to exclude the fencing work. And then what I heard from City Manager was, well, we would just do the first part, which would include just scoping the fencing work. And I just want to be clear, are we going to do the fencing, even the scoping the fencing work, or are we going to just say we don't care about fencing at all and exclude anything to do with fencing, even if we approve the full amount?
Councilmember Park, my suggestion included both fencing and cleanup work, just the preliminary cost estimates. Develop conceptual ideas, come up with a cost estimate for both before we proceed to the final plans and specs. Manuel, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So let me, if it's okay, I will, let me see if I can do this real quick. I can pull up the presentation again here, just to be clear, because I specifically have a slide on that. It might be helpful. So what we have here is we have the aerial survey and construction estimate for fence, and the remediation demolition review cost estimate, that's $63,000. And that's the cost that we need to actually develop the cost estimate for both items and do the conceptual engineering. And what we noted is we would not spend the rest of the money until we communicate with you to let you know the scope and cost associated with that. So that's the current recommendation. Councilmember Jane also had a recommendation just to do this piece here, but I wanted to include more money because that wasn't sufficient. But for the $63,000, we can get you a conceptual engineering and engineering estimate for both items, so we can have that discussion whether we want to proceed or not on which items.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
No.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes 6-1. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Manuel.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. All right. Next, we have, the weeds. Public hearing, action on a resolution confirming the 2022 weed abatement program and assessment. So I'll declare the public hearing open. City Manager.
Fire Marshal Tomlin is here. He's been patiently waiting with a brief presentation.
Well, at least thank you. We had an audience tonight. We appreciate you being here.
Happy to be in person.
Observing us. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Jake Tomlin, Fire Marshal with the Fire Department. Before you this evening is the final step in the annual weed abatement process. Staff recommendation is to approve the assessment report. The city's contractor, Mo Kumre, from the County Weed Abatement Program is on the line, and I'm also available for questions, and that's it.
All right, thank you. Any questions on the weeds? Anyone?
I was wondering if you could just explain to the public the process of how weed abatement works, because it seems like a number of properties are charged $91, and it seemed difficult for me to understand that covered the whole cost of it. But apparently there are, other charges that occur to cover the costs. So how are the properties reported? Who reports them? And then how are they, say, the weeds removed?
So great question, Councilman Jane. So basically the overall process is since 1976, we've contracted with the County of Santa Clara to provide those services for us. It's mainly a complaint-based system. That's a collaboration between us and county in performing those inspections. So the $91 fee you referenced is basically just the initial inspection fee. And obviously if the county's contractor has to do additional inspections or ultimate abatement, those administrative fees as well as abatement costs go up.
Okay. And then there's some sort of 3-year period involved?
Another great question. So once you're in the program, if you fail to abate your property, you're in the program for 3 years. If you'll receive that $91 inspection fee annually for that 3-year period. If you maintain your property over that period, then you'll drop out of the program.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Any questions from the public? It is a public hearing. Do we have any Assistant City Clerk? All right, may I please have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Chahal, second by Councilmember Watanabe to close public hearing.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So the public hearing is closed. Is there a motion to abate those weeds?
Motion
to adopt staff recommendation.
Second.
Second in stereo. Okay, Councilmember Watanabe, motion, second by Councilmember Chahal. They did the same time, exactly at the same time. Both my ears heard.
And I?
Whoever you'd like to put is fine.
Okay.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. And you're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. Please stay with us. All right. Next, we have item 11. Oh, thank you very much. Action to delegate authority to Executive Director to procure, negotiate, and execute an agreement for Levi's Stadium naming rights signage assessment services. Executive Director?
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. This item also was brought to you in May. At that time, you approved a stadium manager recommendation to spend an additional $420,000 to repair some of the signs. So I have a brief presentation on that, and then I
Is
can
it brief?
try-
Very brief, right?
Very brief.
Very brief. Okay, go ahead.
Next slide, please. And this has been delegated upwards, by the way, so I'll be doing it. Okay, so as I mentioned, in May, you approved a request from the stadium manager to repair some of the signs at the stadium. Next slide. At that time, you had also directed staff to review the naming rights agreement and see who's responsible for replacing and the details of that. So we have looked at that. The agreement, and these are summary versions of the language there. There are signs which were installed with the stadium, and it says that except for the changes requested by the naming rights sponsor, which is Levi's, all the signage granted to the naming rights sponsor shall be designed, produced, installed, illuminated, and maintained by the stadium authority at stadium authority's expense. Next slide. As mentioned previously, the stadium authority will be responsible for cleaning, repairing, and all the maintenance of the sign. Levi's, however, this is the interpretation at this time, that Levi's shall be entitled at its sole cost and expense to replace, update, change, refresh, or refurbish any such initial signage at any time and from time to time. This is if they change their logo or they want to change how the signs look like, that will be on them. But the signs that exist, the maintenance of those is on the stadium authority. Next slide. So at that time, we had also shared with the board that the stadium manager had previously retained an architect, is called ADS, for the exterior signage. And their assessment at the time included review of all the documents as they were installed, and an on-site survey in June of 2021. They summarized whatever they found and recommendation to remove the existing signage and replace with the new ones. That was their recommendation at the time. Next slide. And also in the report was the fact that the current condition of the signs was not recommended for retrofit or reconstruction. They felt that the signs had lived their lives. Levi's Stadium would be without naming rights signage for a significantly longer time frame if decision was to reuse and reconstruct the signs, because they'll be taken out of commission. Equipment required on site will directly impact stadium events because it's large equipment with cranes, et cetera, to get up to the signs. Repair versus replacement cost. This is from the previous report, not commissioned by the stadium authority, but the stadium manager. Repair was $995,000 versus replacement of $1.2 million almost. And also the fact that the materials which were used previously with new technology, the signs and the materials have also evolved. Next slide. So looking at that, we reviewed the previous report as directed by the board previously. So in September, the repairs were done worth $249,000. That was the original agreement. And as you can see, parts of the repairs were done at different times. And then additional repairs that you authorized previously, they were $420,000 worth. They are expected to be completed by August of this year, and which will include the replacement of all the LEDs and remaining red LEDs. Next slide. So given all those facts, the updated condition and some of the analysis conclusions in the previous report, without additional assistance, in other words, staff does not have the expertise in this area, and we did not feel comfortable going forward with ADS's previous report, given the repairs that are done subsequent to that. So we are recommending that we should get an independent analysis done for the signage, whether they should be repaired for next few years or they should be replaced soon. So therefore, if approved, the third-party assessment will be procured during council recess. We want to move on this quickly, and we expect the report to be completed by fall or latest by the end of this year to bring back a recommendation to you. Next slide. So with that, the recommendation is authorize executive director to procure, negotiate, and execute an agreement with a third-party vendor in an amount not to exceed $30,000. We did not solicit any proposals at this point. This is based on the previous study done by stadium manager with ADS. That was in the range of $15,000 to $20,000. So that's why we're just asking for $30,000, not that we will spend that. And then in fall or by the end of the year, we think we can bring a final report to you with a firm recommendation.
Thank you. Executive directors, you'd get, the Stadium Authority would get their own third-party assessment of this.
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions, comments, motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation.
All right.
To authorize the executive director to procure and negotiate and execute an agreement up to $30,000 for a long-term solution to the signage.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All right. I will support that motion. We need to get a third party to look at this. Any other questions, comments? I don't see any, so a roll call vote, Assistant City Clerk.
I don't know.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I know this item has been coming several times. Just for the clarity of the public, I want to make sure the naming rights agreement is between Levi's and the Stadium Authority.
That's correct.
49ers Stadco has nothing to do with this thing. And this gets us almost, if I'm not wrong, more than $140 million, close to $7+ million every year. And we have to fulfill our obligation, and we have to make sure we fulfill that obligation so that we can keep getting our $7 million plus for 20 years, leave aside whatever amount we got. So for that matter, it's our obligation to fix this thing as soon as possible, and as such, I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Chair. So I will be supporting this motion, and mainly because I want to see what the final analysis would be, looking at prior analysis and seeing the repair versus the replacement costs. And that was based on the market conditions at that time. Well, times have changed. So I'm seeing that maybe fixing might be a little more expensive now, and maybe replacement might be an actual proper way of doing things. As I said, I've brought that whole car situation up. If you keep repairing a broken car, you might as well just go buy a new one if you keep repairing it. But I do support this because it will be by a third party, and we will be able to see what the cost will be. And I think the best part of this too is the very last part of this. It says Number 5, material and product used to fabricate these signs have evolved greatly since 2014. That is 100% true. Things have evolved greatly since 2014, including my cell phone. So, that is a very obvious sign about technology. So I will be supporting this motion because I hope that we can have a very quick resolution in the future and decide what we're going to do to make our stadium look proper. Thank you.
Thank you. I will support the motion. I think we need to come to the bottom line as to whether the sign needs to be replaced, which is a responsibility of Levi's, or repaired. But this Stadium Authority Board has already put hundreds of thousands of dollars towards a repair, enough that we probably could have replaced the sign twice already. So I know we're doing this. It's late that we're doing this. We should have done this before all the money was allocated for repairs. So, but again, I think we need to see what the condition is, and so I will support it. So, Assistant Clerk of the Stadium Authority, roll call vote, please.
Board Member Watanabe. Board Member Watanabe.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Board Member Park.
Yes.
Vice Chair Jane.
Yes.
Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Chair Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Next, we have reports of members and special committees. Do we have any short reports from the council members? Councilmember Becker. Short report.
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, I do have some short reports. On June 23rd, I made a trip to Sacramento for the 20th LGBTQ caucus. That was a very enjoyable event. I got to be with a lot of other out and proud electeds, so that was a real honor to be there. At the same time, I got to speak with Governor Gavin Newsom, and we had a little conversation about the World Cup, and I said I thank him for his support because he did chime in remotely at in San Francisco, and it was great to have that conversation with him, and he talked about his background with Santa Clara University and how he likes the city, and I asked him what his favorite spot was, and he said the Hut, but I think that's just a pretty common thing for a lot of Santa Clara University students. So it was great to actually talk to him and actually meet the governor. And what I love the most is that we're blessed to live in a state that has governor, legislature that'll protect LGBTQ rights, that'll protect women's reproductive rights, and protect civil rights. So I want to also thank our Assembly member, to-be Assembly member, Evan Lowe, for the passion and the progress that he has committed to this, and for inviting me to this great event. And we were all there. We called ourselves the Santa Clara County Crew, so that was pretty fun. Winchester Mystery House I went to, which was for the Cities Association. We had a really great time. Councilmember Chahal was there, Councilmember Park, and Councilmember Watanabe. And Councilmember Hardy as well. It was sorry about that, Councilmember Hardy. It was a really fun event. Got to be working with everybody. There's axe throwing. It was a really kind of collaborative event. And then on our tour, unfortunately, we didn't see Mrs. Winchester on our tour. But I do have to say one thing. I don't think this would have passed zoning codes nowadays, because I think you would have gotten a lot of NIMBYs saying that you can't build in their neighborhoods. Other than that, I went to on Friday the 24th, I think it was, the Special Olympics flame torch run. So basically I ran with our Santa Clara Police Department 3.8 miles from Henderson Avenue all the way to Santa Clara University to bring the torch. I gotta say that was probably the longest I've ran in a long time, and they kept pushing me. So I really appreciate our Assistant Police Chief Kazim for all of his help, as well as a former Assistant Police Chief Dan Winters for all of his efforts. And also I did myself. Councilmember Watanabe and Mayor Gilmore were there for the opening ceremonies as well, to see that flame of hope lit into the cauldron. And so that was a really fun event. We also got to see Ronnie Lott there too, which was kind of a treat. And then we got to see the artist as well paint a picture of Ronnie Lott within, I think I don't remember if Lisa was like 10 minutes or something. It was so quick, but it was a lot of fun. People were really excited, and it was a great event to be a part of. And I was glad to be there with the mayor as well as Councilmember Watanabe. Also, I went to the Stars and Strides 5K run on July 2nd. Again, I ran and walked 5K. A lot of work the last few weeks in running and jogging and stuff, but it was all for a good cause to help those that are usually unhoused, and also providing, Valley Medical providing costs for people who can't afford to pay. So it was for a really good cause. Raj was there himself, as well as Cindy Chavez and a few other electeds, I think from Los Gatos, and Sunnyvale's Larry Klein was there too, as well. And he was also there with the torch run, handing the torch off to the city of Santa Clara for the torch run. And lastly, all of us were there, myself, Councilmember Hardy, Mayor Gilmore, Councilmember Watanabe, as well as Councilmember Jane. We were all there for the Rose, White, and Blue Parade yesterday in the city of San Jose. And I have to say, Mayor Gilmore started the meeting about, the sad and tragic events that happened in Highland Park this last week. And, I have to say that when we were on that parade, and right when we were finishing it, that's when I started reading a lot of the text and news that was happening. So it was kind of disturbing that after going through a parade like that hearing this news and how just simple family-friendly events have become quite scary. But I am glad that we were all there together and that we stand united as a community to make our communities a lot better and safer place. So I appreciate being with all of you yesterday, as well as being at the 4th of July event. We all had a great time. And those are basically all my reports from what I've been doing the last few weeks.
Councilmember Park.
Yes, I also want to say that on the 23rd, I attended the Triton Museum of Art Committee board meeting, and I think people tend to forget that we have a great art museum right across the street from City Hall, and just like the other businesses have been hurting, Triton Museum has been seeing some lower numbers as well. Again, they will have the display of the winners of the 2022 Pocket Exhibition on Surviving COVID, and I suggest that everyone, take a look, rediscover what Triton has to offer, and if you have ideas on what Triton can do better or how we can make Triton more successful, I'd like to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any others. Executive Director report. City Manager, do you have anything you'd like to say?
No, Mayor, nothing to report.
Okay. I don't have any adjournments, so may I have a motion to adjourn, please?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion to adjourn by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Becker. Assistant City Clerk?
Yes. Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Good evening, everyone.